If you told your friends and family you were going to quit your job to make camping videos on YouTube, what do you think they'd say?
You're crazy.
Well, I'd call him an idiot. Doesn't know the first thing about camping.
That'd be very foolish.
It's a good idea. Like a change your life. I think so.
I don't know. I don't think you could do it. Jono, you must be tripping.
You're damn right I am. Part 2 of this journey takes us into summer in the Canadian wilderness. If you missed spring, after years of planning and saving, I'd quit my job to camp for a year and see if my budding YouTube channel could grow enough to be a full-time job. Things had gotten off to a great start in spring, but I'd only put in 24 days so far. My goal was to spend at least 100 days in the bush through all 4 seasons, so really the year had just begun. 5 years earlier, when I left my first career in marketing and went back to school to study cartography, I mapped the wildest places left in my home province of Ontario. The analysis was simply based on the absence of human presence, ranging from buildings and roads to airports and even hiking trails, any geographic feature that's associated with human activity. The darker the green, the more pristine the wilderness, with the red areas being more developed. The far north of the province is nearly roadless and an incredible wilderness, home to moose, wolves, lynx, the threatened woodland caribou, and even polar bears along the frigid Hudson Bay coast. Some of it can be accessed by train or weeks of canoeing, but most of it is terribly difficult to get to without costly float planes. I prefer to target the wild spaces a bit to the south that allow paddlers to get to the start point by car and put portages behind them in order to access those relatively untouched pockets. Some notable green spaces from the analysis include Algonquin, Temagami, Algoma, Chapleau, the North Shore of Superior, and Quetico, all some of the finest canoe tripping areas you could ask for. And though it gets less mention, there's also Pukaskwa National Park. Pukaskwa is perhaps the wildest and most rugged destination amongst all these great names. Its coastline is the least developed anywhere on the Great Lakes, and its interior is very seldom traveled. That's where I'd be starting my summer, and it would be one of the most adventurous trips of the entire year. Pukaskwa National Park. My first backcountry trip. Oh, just had a bite right off the bat. This is my first backcountry trip in a national park. I'll be here for the next several days, exploring some seldom seen lakes and rivers. What more could you ask for? Yep, fish on. I guess I could ask for that. Unbelievable. Small pike. Whoa. Oh, another pike chasing him. This bodes well. This bodes well. Can you see that? There's a pike and there's another pike behind him. Oh, there he goes. He was small. That's good. Oh, and they're just swimming around the boat. Like this is an aquarium. Holy smokes. I think I'm in for a good one. Oh, I think I'll fish this. Hardly any paddlers come here. I spoke to the park yesterday, booked my permit, did the mandatory orientation on the phone, and it sounds like no one comes in here by canoe. I posted on my CCR, a forum, canoeing forum, and someone replied and said they had done a section of it on the river. That was it. So, of the wilderness that is Pukaskwa, this is a pretty untouched part. Barbless hook comes right out. And just a little beautiful bit of walleye gold. Thank you. You know, those places where you're like, okay, last cast and then I gotta go. And then 15 minutes later, you're still there. This is one of those. Forced myself to leave, but still had to troll as I left the pool, of course. Pike this time. Only one way through this one, and there's a toad that's not going to be happy about it. This is the trouble with rivers that have very little documentation. Another log jam, and who knows how many more there are. And these things, they slow you right down to a halt. No trail here. Nothing. Just hoping the canoe wouldn't move. Guess I'm going for a swim. Oh, that's cold. Oh, it's really cold. I was talking to the Eric at Pukaskwa yesterday for my registration. And he really emphasized the word horrendous when he was describing the bugs. And yeah, they're pretty bad. Deer flies and horse flies, there's one on the camera. No mosquitoes and black flies yet, not many anyway. But I know they're biding their time for evening. So I'm back on river left. Just gonna drag along the shore. Already took the pack and barrel over. Log jams. Slide over it. Coming up to the first waterfall here. I can hear it, I can't really make it out. I'm gonna go for a walk, check it out. Don't see any kind of a trail marker, portage sign. Wouldn't expect one. Not a significant waterfall, but enough of an obstacle to make me go over land. I could just slip in there, hop over here, but it's quite awkward, and then lining down here is not that clean at all. It's quite rocky, so just gonna go over land, which is easy enough really. Nice exposed rock here. That's all you can hope for. Oh, nice walleye. Oh, that's a really nice walleye. Not a beast, but very nice and chunky. Oh, tempting to keep, but to me that's a good spawner. I'd rather keep something smaller. 2 casts, 2 3-pound walleyes. That's amazing. I don't know if these are the walleye I just caught, but they're 2 very similar looking walleye right under the boat. So there's a small set of rapids after the falls, and it looks like I can snake my way through them, probably with some bump and scrape. Water for the paddle though. Alright, that was a bit of a drop. Probably gonna have to line this one. Yeah, there's no running that one. Every channel's got some rocks in it. Nice walleye, nicest one so far. Yeah. That's a nice walleye. Thanks, buddy. So I still haven't reached the park boundaries, which means I can still use the drone. Within parks, conservation areas are not allowed, so it disturbs the peace. There's some strong arguments against that, but overall I get it and I respect it. So, while I still can, let's send her up. Not the nicest drone filming conditions actually, it really hazed over. But from what I saw, the lurch looks marshy along the edges. Not sure I'll find a good camp there, so I'm not going to be too picky. I'll probably take the next decent looking thing. Another nice walleye. Look at that gold. It's another pretty nice one. I'm too tired to clean one now at this point. I'm pretty out of steam. Perfect. I gotta make camp. Not too bad so far actually. Just enough water to cover the boat's draft. Pretty spot here. There's a natural clearing and I think I could get the hammock up somewhere there. So I think this is it. I'm pretty gassed, so still a couple hours of daylight, but I'm gonna enjoy camp. Got some dry clothes on, dry shoes. Water filtering, pretty nice sight. Hopefully that'll help with the bugs a bit. Bugs were getting a little thick, so I'm in the hammock and just loving it. Perfect night, such a comfortable temperature. Swainson's thrush calling all around. And there's even a bit of an echo off the hills there. And I mentioned before that it's my favorite bird call, and there's one distinct memory that I associate with it, and it was in Killarney. We were car camping. I lived in Toronto at that time. I didn't get a lot of wilderness opportunities, and it was so precious to me. And I woke up one morning in the tent, and it was calling right above, in the tree right above us. And it was just such a beautiful call, and just made me so grateful to be there. And I was just so happy, so I associate it with that. Awesome day, fantastic campsite here. There's a lot to do on this trip, a lot to see. I have no idea what's coming next, really. It's the excitement of an undocumented route. Beautiful morning here. Calm and pleasant. Bugs aren't too bad. It smells so sweet, like really like honey. And I'm heading up the Lurch River. Easy travel so far. I can hear the waterfall approaching. I think there are 2 waterfalls in my way before I get to Lurch Lake. But I'm now into the park. I'm in Pukaskwa. Beautiful spot here. I can hear the falls right around the corner. I can't see them yet though. Wow! That's a sweet falls. What a spot. The sun's just coming over the hill too. It's going to be a tough portage though. I'm assuming there's going to be no trail. No bites. Kind of surprising, but also not. The river's just very shallow, like a foot or 2 most of the way. So, trying to figure out how to get around this thing. Access is going to be pretty rough from the base of the falls, so I'm just going to go back around the corner, try and start from there. Just scouting this out. There's some decent clearings, but it's gonna be a climb. Aside from the beginning, this looks like it'll be pretty feasible. And there is a bit of a trail here, but I suspect it's a game trail. Haven't seen a cut log, a flag, anything like that. So just beavers, animals, moose. This is a special spot. I don't know what to say. It's one of the most special spots I've been to in a long time. It just keeps going. I think I'll put in here, cross. It looks easier there. That side, the side I'm on right now, looks pretty rough, so. Wow. Here's the start of that beaver trail. That's the start of my trail. That was tough, but it could have been, I was expecting it to be a lot worse, so I'm happy. Time to cross over and see what this next waterfall is going to be like to get around. The horse flies and deer flies are pretty bad. Scouted ahead to the edge of Lurch Lake. Looking good. Lots of exposed rock. And I wish it was blueberry season because there are tons of wildflowers as well. Took a good couple hours to get up both falls, but it could have been way worse than that, so I'm pretty happy. I think it's about 10:30 and I'm into Lurch Lake. Coming through some narrows here before the falls, and it looks beautiful after that. It is very scenic here at this little channel leading into Lurch Lake. Can't wait to find out what this lake has in store for me. I really don't know. I have no clue. There's the beaver. Oh no, it was a mink. Look at that little mink. There he goes. I feel like a kid with a new toy right now. I don't know where to begin. I'm very excited by this lake. But I actually plan to blow by it today, go to the next lake, Birch and Lurch, and then make that my base camp for 2 nights, and then come here. This will be my last night. So, I might not get to play with this toy yet. Found an amazing spot for lunch here, so I had to stop, even though it's a bit early. A bad habit of putting off lunch and then suddenly it's dinner, so it's a good thing anyway. Is this mating or? Oh, it looks more like he's killing it. Dude. That is not nice. I don't want to stop them because maybe that is how they mate, but it looks awful. Not much to this waterfall compared to the last one. Very surprised to see this. There's a bit of a trail here. Another flag. Oh, that helps a lot. I'll take it. Beautiful lake. This looks like it might be a campsite here. Yeah. Nice one. weeds growing out of the fire. Hasn't been used in a bit. Not this season anyway. Oh, it's a brookie! Are you kidding me? Nice little speck. I'm gonna keep it in the net there for a sec. I might actually keep that. Nice keeping size for one. Nah, you know what? I just don't feel like it. There he goes. I am gassed. This muggy heat is sucking the life right out of me, so I gotta sleep before I can do anything. Take a nap in the hammock. The brook trout would have been good now too, but this is actually pretty much equally good. When that little fish is in my hands, gasping for air, I always find it hard to kill it. That never gets easy for me. I don't enjoy it. I do it once in a while, but it's nice when I don't have to. Fish on. I'm betting it's another small speck. Yep, it sure is. Oh my goodness gracious! If you wanted to come in the boat, you just had to knock. Oh man. I sure am botching this. Jeepers. Amazing stayed on the hook there. That was just luck. Oh, what a marvelous creature. Thanks, buddy. Just a tandem hook on the end, barbless. This little mink keeps peeking out at me and then racing back. Look, they're so curious. I love minks. Look at that little guy, just to the left of the bigger rock there, on top of it now. I love these guys. One of my favorite animals. So curious. Like a little kitten. What's your game plan, man? This is a brookie, for sure. Just the crazy way they roll. It's distinct. Oh yeah. Oh! More luck. Another beautiful little trout. There you go. Thank you. Hello! Fueling up with some penne before I head out for the day. Like I said yesterday, I'm going to base camp here, and today I'm heading south one lake to Lower Birch Lake. I'm going to try anyway. Supposed to be a waterfall in between, but looking at the contour lines, I'd say it'll be another small waterfall like yesterday, a glorified rapids, so should be doable. Eagle. Okay, I'm at the waterfall coming out of Lower Birch, and it's not a lot to it, but I'll have to go overland for it. Beautiful paddle to get here, rocky, lots of jack pine, no fish yet, but I'll try the base of these falls, and then Lower Birch. I didn't notice this from the other angle, but they're actually, I guess, eating some old scat left there on the rock. Maybe a mink or otter.
Another gorgeous spot here at the south end of the lake. Would have been perfect on this big exposed rock for a shore lunch, but no such luck.
Feels like I'm in Killarney. Very cool. It's almost dinner. I'm getting back to camp empty-handed. Today I had the desire, the time, the appetite for shore lunch. And of course that's the hardest time to actually catch a good eater. So it seems to work that way anyway. So, I'll eat something else. It's still a beautiful day. Another fantastic sleep in the drommer. And a perfect morning. Plan for today, head back to Lurch Lake, set up a camp there, and explore. Fish.
Veggie curry this morning. Decent piece of chaga on the portage here, but I'm in a park, can't harvest that. This lake is a gem. I think birch and lower birch were probably just as beautiful, but the days were dreary, so it was harder to tell. But it's really popping under this blue sky. Loving it. Again, not a bite today when I'm looking for a shore lunch. And tomorrow, when I am trying to cover a lot of ground and won't have time for a shore lunch, that is probably when the fishing will become really good again. When I was planning this trip at home, I was thinking this island might be a nice place to camp. Looks pretty perfect. Cannonball! Actually a lot nicer than I expected. Fantastic place to hang here. Very sweet. Last cast. Just put in another hour and a half or so. Solid fishing and giving it my best. Been a tough bite on these 3 lakes. Except when I first arrived to Birch Lake and got 3 brookies. Nothing since then. Except a bite on lower birch. But anywho, if I don't get this, then it's instant potatoes. Instant potatoes can be pretty good though.
Morning. On the water before 6:30. It's glassy calm, and I'm trying to put in some good progress before some rain comes this afternoon. I was expecting this to be a very wet trip, and it has been actually quite nice for the most part. But I'm finally getting that this afternoon. It looks like it might rain quite heavily, so I just want to get those waterfall portages done in particular. They were steep and slippery with moss, so if that gets wet, it'll be dangerously slippery. Aw, ruined his breakfast. Or that might have been bedding for his lodge. He was doing laundry. Those are fresh sheets. First one down. Back to the big guy. And check this out. Didn't notice this before. This is deep kettle here. I think you would call it a kettle. Oh, I can't even reach the bottom with this stick. Just a super deep round hole, like it was drilled there. There's this rock here for a better look at the falls around the corner, but it looks like it could crack off. Sure it wouldn't, but I ain't stepping there. Highlight of the trip for me. Amazing spot. Finished the lurch, back on the Oski, and fished on immediately. Good fighter. Probably a decent pike or a good walleye. It is a nice walleye. Oh yes, a blue one. Blue tinge to this walleye. Just something you'll get up north sometimes. Nice and easy. Paddle tail, rigged weedless. Nice walleye. Too big for keeping. Oh. Whoa! Thanks, buddy. Another nice walleye on. I'm really just looking for 1.5 pounder or so for a shore lunch. Oh, nice fish. Oh! Oh! That might be the thickest one yet. Oh, that might be a 5. It's got to be a 5er. Wow. Nice walleye. Thanks, buddy. This one's actually a decent size for keeping. It's as large as I would keep, but still perfectly reasonable. It's probably 2 1/4. I put a rock in the boat so I could dispatch right away. Thank you. Nice walleye. It's got a couple of nasties on it. Basically sea lice, I think. See that? These 2 little guys. Gross. Alright, I'm gonna clean this guy up. Have a fry, finally. First, off of a decent sized walleye, you can take the cheeks out, which are a delicacy. A little bit of meat. And then for most fish that aren't pike, start with an incision, a shallow incision right along one side of the spine, shallow incision right behind the gill plate, And then just hug the rib bones. Got the bottom belly meat and fins off of it too for walleye wings. That's great meat as well. And then this is the one part where I bring in the paddle if I have nothing else. I prefer not to get fish scent all over this for bear awareness, but you can't do this on rock, so you ruin your edge. And now I'm just holding the knife fixed while I pull the fillet through it, and that just hugs the knife right to the skin, and it doesn't waste any meat. I never bring a gas canister, but based on how wet this trip was supposed to be, I did. Trying to save on dishes while I'm using sticks. Inhaled a little bit. Overeager. Fantastic. Feet in the cheeks here. Those walleye wings are looking good. Very good. Hold this, will you? Thanks. Oh, yeah. I just watched it. Nice walleye. Oh, what a fishery, what a fishery. This fish hooks out. Oh, so gold. Look at that gold. He's got a weird growth on him there in his back. Wow. Thanks, dude. Or lady. Well, the thing about these slog trips on a linear route, they're a lot more exciting going in than coming out. That was a real battle to get out. It seemed not that bad on the way in, but man, I don't know what I was thinking. That was tough. But an amazing trip. Totally worth it. Got to see those lakes, a few brookies, and some incredible walleye fishing here on the river. Just scratching the surface of Pukaskwa, and I'm sure I'll be back.
I would indeed be back in Pukaskwa that fall, and again the following spring. It's an incredible paddling destination that doesn't get enough mention, but sometimes that's for the best.
In the first episode of this series, I shared what led to full-time camping becoming a possibility, including the origin of the channel in 2017, career changes, and moving further and further away from the city. In the other 3 episodes, I'll cover the behind the scenes of what makes it possible to do this full-time, filming and editing in this episode, finances, and the YouTube side of the operation in the third. And then in the 4th and final episode, I'll be answering the questions we get in the comments all the time. If you want to skip over these segments, there are chapters in the playback bar. I'm out on a trip right now, on a very sheltered bay on Lake Superior, and camping and being offline in the bush a third of the year can make running a small business challenging. Essentially that's what this is, small business. Simplicity and organization are crucial, but even so, 60 or even 80-hour work weeks are common when I'm home. But let's be honest, it doesn't usually feel like work. Some will ask if the filming feels like work, and if it takes away from the trip itself. The short answer is a definite no. I love filming, and it's like asking if having to bring my rod and tackle takes away from the trip when I go fishing. Some might find fishing extremely boring and tedious, and it's the same with filming, but not me. For me, it's another toy out here. Although if there's one exception with the filming, I would say that it's filming myself making and especially eating food. I personally don't really like watching people eat, and especially if their lips are smacking and licking their fingers, stuff like that.
Yeah, alright, ladies and gentlemen, last chicken fajita.
But having a fish fry, for example, turns into a bit of a hassle if you want to thoroughly document yourself. Cleaning the fish and cooking it and eating it becomes a bit of an ordeal. So these days, if I'm not in the mood to film it, I just get a couple quick shots or don't film it at all, because it has to revolve around passion when I'm sharing here. But aside from that, the cameras have become an inseparable part of my camping experience, and I would really miss them out here if I didn't have them. Before I started filming for YouTube, I've been playing with cameras for about 20 years. I got a Polaroid for, I think, Christmas when I was young, and I guess that's where it started. On family road trips, my parents had a camcorder, and I seemed to want to grab it pretty often. And technically, I guess those were my first vlogs.
It's Monday morning, and we can see our breath in the tent trailer.
Sarah, you don't like TV.
And yesterday, we were on the glaciers. Very cold stuff. We're drinking hot tea now. Trying to do anything to stay alive.
Yes. It's a serious situation.
For the first time in my life, I actually fear for our lives. Our very existence is at stake. Might not be much time left. If I don't make it, tell my wife and kids I love them. Goodbye.
YouTube didn't even exist when that was recorded, so it's pretty funny to think how times have changed. And the cameras have changed a ton too. And when digital cameras started to get pretty decent, I got a cheap point and shoot. I think it was an HP, probably about 2 megapixels, and I spent a lot of time walking around Toronto with it. Eventually upgraded that to a Panasonic TS4, one of those little rugged waterproof cameras, and that was what I filmed the first trips on the channel with, although the quality was really bad, especially the audio. After high school, I got an entry-level DSLR, the Canon Rebel XT, with the standard 18 to 55mm kit lens, and eventually built up a 4-lens kit and later updated the body to a used 50D and 17 to 85. Neither of those SLRs even had video recording capabilities, so the market has really changed a lot since then. My favorite lens was probably the 105 macro for taking really detailed shots of nature, but as I got into backcountry camping, I felt like a 4-lens kit, which was heavy and bulky, just didn't make sense for backcountry travel. Ironically, my kit is even bigger today, but it's pretty easy to justify when it allows you to make a living. Back then, I also sold cameras at a photography chain called Blacks, which is now out of business. I learned a lot more about cameras and got to borrow equipment sometimes, including some glass that was much nicer than my own, like some L-series lenses. The knowledge I gained about cameras and photography there helped me transition into video, because most of the same concepts carry over. But there are also some huge differences from photography, and the biggest one has to be audio, in my opinion. The onboard mics on most cameras leave a lot to be desired, and if the audio quality sucks, it's pretty hard to get lost in the video. Good audio can be compelling even if the visual is mediocre, but people won't put up with bad audio for long, even if the visuals are great.
I may be in the backcountry, but I'm still going to eat them with dignity and grace. One at a time. Quite good.
Because I film myself and I'm often solo on trips, camera mounting is a big consideration for me too. A tripod can be even more important for video than photos, and then there are various mounts for the action cams too. Head mounts and chest mounts for action cams, you used to see a lot more of them. Personally, I find they can be a bit nauseating if like the horizon's all over the place and just rapid movement, so I don't use those much at all, almost never. Another big piece of the learning curve going from photo to video was narration and trying to think about what I wanted to say. Not like a script, but just a moment of forethought. If I just turn on the camera and start rambling, I'll quickly lose attention on a platform like YouTube or any social media where people can click away right away and they're often not committed to a video. They're ready for any opportunity to switch to something else. When I started out with video, I remember I would hit record and start walking around and just be like paralyzed with didn't know what to say or where I was going to go with it. So working on that has been a long and still ongoing learning curve. I started out filming for YouTube with a camera I already owned, that little waterproof camera like I mentioned. And what I'd recommend to anyone thinking about doing this is to start with a camera you already have. It takes a ton of time, effort, and thought to thoroughly document a trip, not to mention edit it at home. So I would just start with your cell phone. A lot of people do that, and even some very successful YouTubers just film on their iPhone or whatever. And I've heard from people who thought it would be fun, but then couldn't be bothered once they realized how much time it takes. Not to mention, it might take years before you get any traction on YouTube. If you're going to invest in anything, invest in the microphone first. There's no easier, lighter, or cheaper way to significantly boost the quality of the video than a decent mic. But if you're using this for the backcountry, then you have to keep it practical too, so that's why I don't use lapel mics or professional mics that are more hands-on. I might be filming in rain, snow, rapids, bitter cold, and have to haul all my filming equipment around in addition to regular gear, so it's a balance of quality and practicality. My first investment in filming gear for the channel was a Rode Video Micro microphone. It's a pretty common choice for vloggers. And the Panasonic FZ300, which has a 25 to 600 millimeter range. That camera wasn't top quality, but it was certainly good enough for YouTube and covers everything from landscapes to telephoto and even macro. The optics may not be high-end, but it's also weather sealed, so it can take a little light rain. It's incredibly versatile, shoots 4K, and it's pretty tough to beat for the money for doing this sort of thing. But if the content is good, you can certainly get away without top quality optics or high resolutions. Another important piece for the camera is a fully articulating screen that flips out and allows you to look at it while you're talking to the camera, so that you can frame your shot and make sure you're in the frame and make sure you actually are recording, because that can be a huge hassle if you forget. But it's equally important not to be looking at it, because then it kind of looks like you're checking yourself out and it seems a bit vain. My next investment after the FZ300 was an action cam. I bought a cheap GoPro knockoff, this was back in 2017, and it was a real piece of junk. I quickly upgraded to a GoPro Hero 5, which was great for handheld vlogging, running rapids, or shooting in the rain. But it was so convenient that I think I used it a little too much when I should have taken the time to set shots up with a better camera. Now that this camping genre on YouTube is so saturated, it can be pretty important to put in the effort with the videography. If I just yank an action cam out of my pocket and start shooting it around, or there's this classic shot with canoeists where they have their action cam mounted on the gunnel and it's like looking up at the sky, so they are incredibly backlit, so most likely they're very underexposed, or they are exposed and you're like looking up their nose or looking at their crotch, and that usually just doesn't cut it anymore. I later got a Hero 7 to add to the 5 so I could do a bit of multicam in rapids, shooting forward and backward. That was the thing I got from feedback. If I shot the rapids forward, then people wanted to see the paddle strokes. And if I shot it backward, they wanted to see what was coming. So I ended up doing both, and now I do it split screen, which I think is kind of cool. And then in 2022, I got the DJI Osmo Action 3, and it was supposed to be a GoPro killer, and I thought it was an absolute piece of junk. I couldn't stand it. The video quality was poor, low light performance was worse, despite being a bigger sensor and a few years more modern than the Hero 7, and most of all, the audio was just horrible on it, especially if the camera got wet at all, whereas the GoPros I find do a pretty good job. So I recently invested in a new GoPro Hero 12. So far I'm liking that, so I'm back on GoPro, Team GoPro, but none of the quality of the action cams can compare to the bigger cameras, especially full frame. And this entire series, the first year after I quit my job to do this full time, was filmed on the FZ 300 with the action cams, the Hero 7 and I think the Hero 5 at that point too. But now I don't use the action cams much anymore, or any of those cameras. All the original footage for this series was filmed at 1080p, 30 frames per second, and that's what I typically shot for the history of the channel up to that point. But in 2022 I bought a really good editing PC, and it has a really good graphics card, so now I shoot in 4K because it can handle editing that. However, I don't think that resolution is really that essential. For instance, in 2022 I filmed an 8-day fall trip. I called it Leave Behind, and I accidentally filmed the first 4 or 5 days in 720p, which now seems like an ancient resolution. No one said anything. It got hundreds of thousands of views. So the resolution is so secondary to the real emotions and real challenges that happened on that trip, the real beauty of it. So that's so much more fundamental than the resolution. Although one big advantage of 4K is that you can crop and still have a pretty high quality image. A quarter of a 4K frame is 1080, so it gives you a lot more flexibility in that sense. But the drawbacks are that the file sizes are much bigger and harder to edit on a lot of computers. You need a decent computer to edit 4K footage. My cameras have a function in them that allows me to go within the camera and split a file. So if I do like a paddle away shot and it takes a minute and a half to paddle away, come back and get the camera, I'll actually divide it and just get the probably 10 seconds that I actually would consider using within that, and then I can delete the rest. So that really helps cut back on the files. Not to mention that it cleans up the editing process at home too. If I have a 2-minute clip, sometimes it's obvious what I want, but if I'm setting up camp for something, or starting the fire and cooking a meal and I just left my camera running, then I gotta skim through that whole thing and find what I really want to keep. So I much prefer to be deliberate with my shots. When it comes to slow-mo shots, I try to use them pretty sparingly nowadays. They can and usually do look quite cinematic, but the question is, why am I recording this in slow-mo? What is this adding? You can't film everything into slow-mo because it looks cinematic, so it's easy to overuse, so try to just sprinkle it in sparingly. And speaking of cinematic, we YouTubers are so lucky to have drones accessible to us compared to even 10 years ago. We bought our first drone in 2019 and it was such a good investment. But more on that and the evolution of my filming kit after the next trip. Unlike the last trip in Pukaskwa, the next destination was a place that does get a lot of mention in the canoeing community. I'm talking about a 16,000 square kilometer chunk of north central Ontario containing old growth pine, Ontario's highest point, and almost 5,000 kilometers of ancient Anishinaabe canoe routes. It's a special place on a personal level as well. It's where I got my footing as a backcountry paddler after leaving my first career to start a new life back in 2016. I was heading back to Temagami. Back in Temagami at last. It's been about 5 years. Very excited to be back. I had about an 8-hour drive to get here to the access point at Mowat Landing. Put in about a 10-kilometer paddle and one portage behind me to camp right here on the outside, just outside of the conservation reserve. And then I'll be heading somewhere down here, something like this. We'll see. We play by ear. So many options. Garlic naan and butter chicken are my favorite foods on earth. Doing the long drive to get down here today, I was starting to wonder, like, why am I driving so far for this trip? I have infinite tripping possibilities and a much shorter drive, and I was feeling anxiety for some reason. Inexplicable. Chemicals in the brain. And Temagami has just immediately given me my camping zen. Feels so good. So happy and relaxed here now, and extremely excited for this trip. I got a perfect sunset view. Cheers to that. Cheers to Temagami. Beautiful morning. On the water before 7 a.m. Trying to get a head start on any wind that might kick up on Lady Evelyn Lake here. It's a big lake. And I'm in East Lady Evelyn Lake Conservation Reserve. It's the first of 4 parks or reserves that I'll be going through. Sandhill cranes are croaking like crazy over there. And the loons were howling all night like a pack of rabid wolves. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, there's also the noise of motorboats on this lake, which is okay. Those people have every right to be here, but it's not what I want to hear on a backcountry trip. But I've only put 1 portage behind me, so I haven't earned that solitude and quiet yet. This trip has about 30 portages in total, depending on how I do it. Once I put some more of those behind me, then I expect to only hear the cranes and the loons. There are 2 big fishing lodges on Lady Evelyn, and it's a big enough lake to disperse that traffic, but it's noticeable. Stopped here in the Narrows for lunch, and this fire pit is pretty much exactly what you don't want. Beer cans, those are souvenirs for me. Some aluminum foil, I don't even know what this is, scouring pad, and some toilet paper. Oh, and cigarette butts, lots of cigarette butts. So I'm gonna have a good hot fire, clean this out, and go on with my life. Stuff like this, it's upsetting. It used to make me outright mad. There's no point in getting mad. Saw an excellent quote recently, and it was something to the effect of, as soon as someone can make you angry, they are your master. And that's so true. If you're mad at someone, they are in your head. They control your thoughts. So, why be mad? I'm into Sucker Gut Lake now, and I can come down here into Frank's Falls there, or cut across through Betty's Hole and down through Chris Willis Lake. It says peat bog, numerous wetlands and sand dunes. It sounds quite interesting to me, so I'm inclined to go there. A little bit longer portage there, but meaningless. Gets me to the same place. I'm in Betty's Hole. It's nice. Pretty warm though. What? I'm on this little creek that leads me to Chris Willis Lake, where I was hoping to set up camp tonight. My map says this creek is shallow. There's just enough water in it right now to clear my draft. I'm hoping it doesn't dry up, because if I have to backtrack, it's going to add a lot of kilometers to this day, which is already going to be about 30 kilometers. Ran out of water, and there's about a half a kilometer left to the next lake, so I'm going to scout it out over land and see if it's feasible. Otherwise, I got to backtrack a long ways. Well, it's the walk of shame back to Old Betty. Just looked too nasty the other way, and yeah, I got several kilometers to backtrack, but at least it's the straightforward kilometers. Earlier today I got the bad, or actually the ugly, of campsites. And today, this evening, the good. Pristine site, not a speck of garbage, some nice cut wood, and even some splits left behind. A lot of good people in the world too. Really nice site. This fire pit's elevated a little bit, nice view of the lake. A little beach for landing, that's perfect. Rock campsite with a little beach landing, that's the ideal. Some campsites are buggy, some have tons of ants. This one has a plague of toads, but they're all very cute. Look at this one that burrowed into the sand under the canoe. The same with this one here. Just look at them all. All these little things. Toads. On my way at 7:15 today. Today is supposed to be bright and sunny and 28 Celsius. Tomorrow is supposed to be warm as well. And then after that, it's supposed to get pretty nasty, potentially for 4 or 5 straight days. This is why I'm trying to wake up early these days and try and cover some distance while I can. Gorgeous spot here at Center Falls. Sculpted rock. And a beautiful cascade. It's gonna be tough getting the canoe up here. The initial part's gonna be the hardest, actually. Okay, not so bad. Sweet. 3 portages down, 5 left for today. There's the portage up there on the left. This is probably the most scenic spot of the trip so far. This waterfall, it's like an S curve, and then there's this beautiful little canyon here with the narrows and a campsite. Badly wishing that Erin was here and we could set up there, hang in the hammocks. Oh, it's such a pretty spot. This could be one of the highlights of the trip right here. Helen Falls. What I saw from the bottom was just this. That's just a tail end of it. Wow. Phenomenal. Not a long portage, maybe 300 meters, but quite a steep one.
Oh, on to number 6. After this one I get a nice paddling break on Catherine Lake. I'll stop there for lunch. Into Catherine Lake, and there's a weird haze here that looks like a forest fire haze. I guess it's just like a hot, humid day kind of haze. I don't smell any forest fire. There weren't any in the area before I left, I checked. But it has that look. Ended up being one extra obstacle to get around, but I waited that, and then for the subsequent portage my feet were wet, so I just waited that one, so worked out. I'm now approaching the Shangri-La Falls, which are supposed to be pretty scenic. And I'm actually going backward that way, but just a slight detour to see these falls. Alright, into my camp lake. That last port was tough. At the end of this day, they were all pretty tough, so I'm glad I'm here. Looks pretty unique. Made it to camp, and it's a pretty rustic one. Doesn't seem to get as much use. The fire pit's pretty overgrown, but that's usually how I like it. So I've got water filtering. That was first priority, and while it's doing that, I'm gonna jump in. It's the most rustic one yet, for sure. But it'll do fine. Lifted up a couple of rocks to rebuild this fire pit. Of course there are ants in there, there usually are. And it amazes me to watch them work. So far I've come down from my access point here at Mowat Landing, down and across Lady Evelyn Lake into Sucker Gut Lake, over to Betty's Hole, and then I tried to go down this creek into Chris Willis, backtracked, camped there last night, and then today upstream on the north channel of the Lady Evelyn River. So a big part of the reason why I came to Dry Lake was for this trail here, which starts at this campsite. The trailhead is just up there. But after that, I'm going to do that tomorrow morning. I was actually hoping to do it tonight, but I just don't have it in me. So tomorrow I'll come back down, and then, so this is the northern channel of Lady Evelyn River. This is the south. I'm hoping to come down here and get as far as I can, because the following day is going to be a rest day with thunderstorms. Time for a little morning hike. Before sunrise, this T carved into the tree marks the trailhead. Makes sense. When I first saw it, I thought it meant toilet. Giant. Here comes the sunrise. I actually thought this tree was spray painted. It's just the sun. There's an old fire tower atop that hill there. I think I saw it from Betty's Hole too. There's an old burn down there on the south end of the lake. Isolated, just cuts through the forest in ribbons. Fantastic start to this day. I can hear the rapids from afar, and I was thinking about them planning last night with Hap Wilson's maps, and then losing maybe a small amount of sleep over it. Rapids, I enjoy it, but there's always some trepidation there. And as a little bonus, there are actually a decent number of ripe blueberries up here. My first real handful of the season. Delicious. That rocky spot is where I was this morning. I'm on the water just after 8 a.m., which is pretty good considering I hiked and had a full breakfast. Right as I finished the portage, nice pull. Alright, starting off a little nervous. I always am. With white water, I don't want to drown, but I know I can do it. You just gotta start. It's one of those things. I'm already enjoying it. It's nice to be back out on a little white water. On a nice easy run. Oh yeah, that's the dream. Oh! Oh yeah, let's do that again. A friendly loon here. And they're big birds when you see them up close. I'm gonna lose some paint on this one, but otherwise I think it should be doable. Worst case, I'll step out and wade. It's shallow. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. No problem. After all those ports yesterday, man, I can't tell you how good that feels. Saved 2 ports today. I could have up to 10. I'm already down to maximum of 8. This one was a required portage. There are at least 4 of those, the next 3 being waterfalls. That's 1 down. That's the Cabin Falls Eco Lodge up there. Sure is nice to be going down today. waterfalls on this route have really exceeded expectations. So scenic, all of them. And they're all hard earned. Scouting out the next rapid. This one is a set of 3. This first one I think I can do. Oh, should have used the portage. It'd be done by now, the entire thing. I'm only halfway down this rapid. Oh. Canoe down. Oh, what a shame. That's just painful. When I first got sight of it, I felt my lip quiver. It hurts to look at. And I think I'm just gonna use the portage. I can hop back on it now, and that's a good enough sign to pick that option. Portage is so flat and straightforward. If I'd started with this instead of scouting, trying to run, waiting the first half of the rapid, then I'd be done it by now. But you win some, you lose some. I wouldn't recommend doing that rapid in low water though. Going around Fat Man's Falls. And on this portage, there's something called the Fat Man's Squeeze. Interested to see what that entails. So I accidentally went the long way, but it's for the best because this is Fat Man's Squeeze right up through here. And there's your squeeze. Stopped here on the river to filter some water and chug some. I'm starting to get that crampy feeling in my brain, which is not good. I'm gonna chill on this really nice site tonight. Ah, yeah. Well, that hits the spot. Pretty decent walleye. That's not what I was expecting. My hands nice and wet. Yeah. Nice eater walleye, under 20 inches. Through the river, feels great. It was so spectacular and scenic, but it was a challenge. Just a little guy. Another walleye. Barbless hook pops right out. Just love that. Stay in the water the whole time. Come on.
Coming into Willow Island Lake now, so I'm leaving Lady Evelyn Smoothwater Provincial Park and back into Obabaka River Provincial Park for a little bit. Couple of big sandhill cranes. They're big birds. Having lunch on a small island campsite, and they tend to get pretty thick clean of firewood, so it's nice to bring some with. This is actually a fabulous site. Love it. Nice white pine here, small fire pit, good pile of sticks, and then the camping areas up here up top. Beautiful. Now I don't have my cup, but I'm gonna make a little cocktail. Ugh. It's terrible. Ah. Beautiful clear morning after a rainy night. That's exactly what you hope for when there's rain in the forecast. Fantastic campsite. It's probably my favorite so far. I'm expecting to have a tailwind today. So far that's true. Just 2 or 3 portages into Sugar Lake Conservation Reserve. Should be a terrific day. So we camped there last night. Plan today is to come up back through Lady Evelyn and into Sugar Lake Conservation Reserve and stop on one of these 3 lakes, Goodfish, Angler, or Sugar Lake. Quite appealing by name. Speaking of good names, how's Peanut Butter and Banana Bay? Approaching the first portage into Sugar Lake Conservation Reserve, and I'm glad to see some kind of marker here. I really have no idea what the state of portages and campsites are in here, how well traveled it is. I've never heard a report of it, though I'm sure people travel here. That's evident from the sign there. But it is too hot for a real slog. It's 880 meters, climbs 27 meters in elevation, so I'm hoping it's a good trail. To Sugar? To Goodfish. So that ended up being 1,250 meters instead of 880. Measured it on my phone. It's alright, still worth it. Beautiful lake, and I'm hoping it has a really good campsite where I'll feel inclined to ride out the next 2 nights. I'm gonna stay here for the storm, the whole storm.
my. Better find camp fast. Got a campsite here. It looks fabulous. It's got an amazing jumping rock. Perfect vantage point to take in the storm too. My clothes, and I needed that. Probably my clothes more than me. So with the rain holding off, I'll give a proper tour here now that I'm all set up. Nice stone staircase up to the main quarters. Got my laundry in the dryer. Nice fire pit here. I probably should have set it a little farther back from the edge of the cliff. It's 4:30 a.m. and this rain is aggressive. It's coming down like it's trying to hurt the ground. Slept for over 12 hours. I think I needed that rest day. Still coming down hard. Stops periodically. Seems like it'll be like this all day.
Rockin' the pearls, so nice and curls, juicy sweet. Now we wish to catch a fish, so juicy sweet.
I can't do this, Sam. I know. It's all wrong. By rights, we shouldn't even be here. But we are. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo. The ones that really mattered. Full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the end. Because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad happened? But in the end, it's only a passing thing. This shadow. Even darkness must pass. A new day will come. And when the sun shines, it will shine out the clearer. Those were the stories that stayed with you. That meant something. Even if you were too small to understand why. But I think, Mr. Frodo, I do understand. I know now. Folk in those stories, they had lots of chances to turn it back, only they didn't. They kept going, because they were holding on to something. What are we holding on to, Sam? That there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for.
it seems like the storm has passed. I left my pod out yesterday to see how much rain accumulated. That's a huge amount of rain. Got a nice cache of fine kindling and tons of birch bark. Everything's soaked, of course. Feels extra good to have a fire after a day under the tarp. Just cooking up dinner here. It's almost sunset and the sun is starting to break through. Could be a very dramatic sunset. That ended up being the perfect day. Just what I needed. Slow down the pace. It'd been go, go, go pretty much the whole trip. And I needed to just stop and rest my body. Felt terrific. Out for a little fishing this morning before I pack up. Beautiful, calm, misty morning. Trying to fish humanely, for me the number one thing is just reducing the number of hooks. A standard jerk bait like this will come with 9 hooks on it, 3 trebles, and all of them are barbed. I only keep the back one and I pinch it down. I cut off one hook from it to a tandem, even one larger hook would do, and then pinch the barbs. That is very important to catch and release. Oh wow. Oh, there's a huge school. Oh, I'd rather capture the school than get this fish on camera. There's like a, I don't know, this bass that I have on is maybe 2 pounds, 2 and change. There must have been 8 or 9, at least that size around it. They school, smallmouth. If you lip a bass, sport that belly. Oh, a pretty small one. Barbless hook comes right out, thank you. So 2 days ago I came up from this unnamed lake, up Lady Evelyn, into good fish. Today I'm just skipping across to angler and then down to sugar. Coming into the main body of Angler Lake, another gem.
angler is a beautiful Canadian Shield lake, rocky shores, pine-clad islands. It's very tempting to camp here, but if I camped on every lake I liked on my trips, they'd be 40-day trips. So, on to sugar. Good trails through the reserve. Good trails for the whole trip. There's 6 or 7 campsites on this lake, and I'm looking for a good one. Down to my last 2 nights here. And that's one of them, but the access is like up a steep rock. It looks like at the high water line it might be easier, but that's not gonna do. I can hear and see a little bit of waterfall back there in the woods. Not the grandest of waterfalls on this trip, not even the top 10, but charming. Charm is actually all the campsites I've lacked. Haven't loved any of them. Can't believe it, but I am not smitten by any of the campsites on Sugar Lake. So I'm headed to the next portage, which is 1250 or so. So it's a fairly long one, but it's nice and cloudy, so it's not brutally hot. And then I can set up a base camp for the next 2 nights there to round out the trip and save myself a setup and takedown. I was gonna wait till I got to camp, but it's getting a little late for that. And I just felt disgusting. This is the last day I'm wearing this shirt, that's for sure. Clearing some blowdown, and this is a special campsite to me. This is where I first spent a week alone in the backcountry. Just here on the site this whole time, doing day trips from here. So it's pretty awesome to be back in this spot. Ending my Temagami trip here. Only one souvenir for Erin, not bad. Just what the doctor ordered. Big bucket of penne. Leaving my base camp behind there, back on that island. And today the only real plan is to bushwhack into a back lake that has rainbow trout. See if I can get one. That's it. Oh, man.
It's not far to get in here. It's marked as 140 meters on Jeff's map. But it ended up being quite a grind. I've come in here before. The last time I camped on this island. Came in here for a day trip, not with a canoe, just with my fishing rod. Caught a nice rainbow trout. Beautiful water here. It's like aquamarine, perfectly blue and bluish green. Today's not my day. My camera was on the tripod. I was leaning over. It tilted, dunked in the water. I grabbed it after it had only been in for about a second. But now I've got to let that dry out and hope that it works. But I can't turn it on for probably a good week, or I'll potentially ruin it permanently. But that's done for the trip. To add insult to injury, there's a pretty good looking trail there. I'm at the other end of the lake, small lake, but I couldn't see this from the other side. And some cached boats, probably from the lodge, which might explain the fishing here. Had no action whatsoever. But that's alright, I'll use that trail on the way out. So I paddled back early afternoon and spent the day around camp. Made a friend on the way. This butterfly is trying to hit the SOS button on the Zoleo. I guess he figures I need it. We gotta get some help for this guy. He's completely incompetent. And then I cooled off in the lake. And then I got a chance to reconnect with Erin. Erin's toothbrush. Still in my pack. All I had to do today was go catch a fish and then eat it if I got one. So it's amazing how much I messed up this day, the easiest day of the trip. Despite the heat on this trip, which has been oppressive for me, for my standards, close to 30 every day and not much wind. And despite the fishing, which has probably been one of the worst fishing trips of my life, no fault of Temagami, it's just, I think, this heat wave and myself, if anything. But it's still been an incredible trip. Fantastic campsites. Probably, I'm pretty certain, the biggest rainfall I've ever camped in. Wildlife, that moose in particular. And then the waterfalls along the river. Those were the highlight for me. And on another level, this was a really special trip. Just to come back to Temagami, where I really cut my teeth as a backcountry paddler. And then to take on this route, which now I consider to be a pretty easy route. Only 5 years ago, when I spent a week here alone, that this trip would have been outside my comfort zone and outside my abilities. So that's kind of cool. To finish up the trip tomorrow and get back to the car, I've only got about a 15-kilometer paddle left and one short portage, but it's all south to north. And my Zoleo tells me that there is going to be a northerly headwind tomorrow. So I'm gonna wake up really early and get a head start on the headwind and hopefully just enjoy that morning calm for the final day of the trip. To close off, I just want to say thanks. Thanks as always for the company. Thanks for bringing me into your home. And thanks for letting me share what I love the most. Cheers. After a peaceful trip in Temagami, I made my way home with 10 days of work on the memory cards. Thankfully, my camera did recover from the dunking, the memory card was fine, and on that note, let's get back to the behind the scenes of filming these trips. We paused that on the topic of drones, and what can I really say? They're simply amazing. The footage is striking, cinematic, and it provides an invaluable sense of scale on the wilderness, and assures you that no, I'm not in my backyard. These shots would be impossible to get otherwise, unless I hired a plane to fly in, and even then there wouldn't be nearly the same level of control. One problem is that you can't use drones in parks, and we respect that, but about 90% of Canada is public, and most of my trips are on that undesignated land. So if I am doing a trip in a park, then I'll just get some establishing shots from outside park boundaries, looking in, like that's what I did for our 2-week Quetico trip, just a few shots at the beginning from the outside, does the job. If people are spending their precious vacation time to go to a park where they expect it to be quiet, I think that's only fair. I hate noise pollution too when I'm expecting quiet, so yeah, respect that. In 2022, I upgraded our original DJI Mini to the Mini 3 Pro, which is also much quieter. And by that point, I had been doing this full time long enough that I felt like I could justify an upgrade to my main camera as well. I was always so scared to bring an expensive camera into the backcountry, especially when my about $700 Panasonic FZ300, my trusty camera that I used to build this channel, was so practical, lightweight and small. It was hard to justify anything else, but after a while, I needed an upgrade. Back when I worked at Black's Photography selling cameras part-time while I was in school and on a student budget, I only ever dreamt of owning a full-frame camera. I could just afford the entry-level stuff, and if I saved up for a long time. So about 2 years ago, when I pulled the trigger on a full-frame camera, it was pretty special for me. I got the Panasonic S5, which produces much higher quality images than the FZ300 I was using. This is mainly due to its large sensor, which is also great for astrophotography, which is why I've been doing a lot more of that in the last couple of years, and low-light scenes like the inside of a hot tent. I got it with a 20 to 60mm lens, which is actually a fantastic focal range for vlogging, landscapes, and general use, and it only weighs about 300 grams. And the extra 5mm compared to my old 25 to 600 setup is a game changer for this. For tight spaces like a canoe or inside of a hot tent, it really allows me to capture the scene better. On the long end, 60mm is not enough zoom for wildlife, but it still covers 90% of my shots. After getting the S5, naturally I started to lust over tons of other lenses, and there are many drawbacks to bringing multiple lenses. One is the possibility of getting dust on my sensor while I'm switching lenses, especially out in the field where there's lots of dirt, pollen, and all sorts of stuff. And that can create ugly blotches on the footage. I try really hard to keep a spotless lens, and I'm always using lens cloths and blowers to keep it clean, but it's so easy to miss dust, especially when I'm just looking at a small screen out in the field. Another problem with using multiple lenses on one body is that it's really easy to miss the shot switching lenses. If a moose bolts out of the bush out of nowhere and I have to dive into my case, get the telephoto lens on, and then frame my shot, chances are I've missed the shot altogether. So it's nice just to have one dedicated body for my vlogging setup. So the S5 with the 2060 became my main vlogging camera, and then the old camera became my B cam and wildlife cam because this has lots of range. The FZ300 shoots at a constant aperture of 2.8, which is nice and bright, all the way to 600mm, so it works pretty well for wildlife. Those bridge style cameras certainly have some advantages, but the optics tend to suffer a bit. So I was still really tempted to get one of those big wildlife lenses, high-end telephoto, but the weight and bulk penalty was just too big, and at the time I just decided that the old camera was good enough as a B cam for YouTube. And keep in mind that all of these trips were filmed on the FZ300 before I ever bought the S5, but I figure it makes sense to discuss both setups, including how it's evolved now 2 to 3 years later. As I used the new full-frame camera, I grew to resent the old one, and the quality difference just bugged me. So a year later, in 2023, I invested in another full-frame body, the updated S5 II, and a couple of lenses. A 100 to 400 for wildlife, and an 18mm f1.8 for astrophotography. 600mm would be even better for wildlife, but there's such a difference in the size of a 100 to 400 versus anything reaching 600. So gram for gram, I just felt like those were my most practical options. The first trip I did with those lenses was our 22-day trip around Lake Nipigon in 2023, and some people seemed to notice the difference. And since I got those lenses, I really never bring the FZ300 anymore, but I still think it's an amazing setup for wilderness vlogging, and it's so practical, affordable, and versatile. I also added a 100mm macro lens this year in 2024, and I'm really excited to get back into filming macro and those tiny little details in nature. I protect my glass with UV filters, and in sunny conditions, and especially in summer, I use a circular polarizing filter. A CPL filter does for your camera what polarized sunglasses do for your eyes. It allows the colors of nature to come through in bright sun instead of getting washed out by reflections. It also cuts harsh glare on water, which is important for many of the scenes I shoot. However, that filter can also create an unnatural gradient in blue skies, the same way if you are wearing polarized sunglasses and turn your head around, you'll see the blue in the sky changing a bit, so I have to watch out for that. I transport my cameras in a backpack, which is nice for hikes or portages because I can wear it on my chest with a big pack on my back, and I have a dry bag to put it inside of during rain or rapids. For whitewater trips, I have a waterproof hard case in case I capsize. It is a bit scary having all this expensive tech on board in an open boat, but I haven't capsized in flat water yet, nor in many days of very wavy paddling, and I've only capsized once in rapids, though I don't do huge rapids. When I'm in the rapids, the cameras are packed away and I'm just using GoPros mounted on the canoe. But the rest of the time I have another big added incentive to not dump. I keep shotgun mics on the big cameras, and after 7 years of doing this, I still love the Rode Video Micro. It's powered through the audio cable, and it's super practical for run and gun shooting, and the quality is pretty good. In 2023, I got a Rode NTG mic for the S5 II to get around a technical issue I won't bore you with. It was triple the price of the Rode Video Micro, and I have to keep it charged now. It does have more features, but honestly, if you gave me a blind test, I don't think I could tell the difference between the two mics. The longer I do this, the more I care about audio, but a lot of that effort comes on the edit side, which I'll get to later. Winter trips add some new elements to filming as well. On one hand, when it's really cold, snow is dry, and that's easier than rain. But cold weather can be one of the biggest challenges when lenses are fogging and batteries are dying. So I'm careful bringing my cameras into a warm environment like a heated hot tent, and I always keep batteries in my pocket to keep them warm so I can swap them out if one gets zapped by the cold. Some people have suggested using those little disposable hand warmers to keep batteries warm. And, it kind of drives me nuts because if we're nature lovers, why are we defaulting to the most disposable solution possible when I can just put it in my pocket, my body heat will keep it warm, and on a backcountry trip I don't need to bring extra weight of the little hotties packs. We gotta get out of the cycle of defaulting to disposables. Anyway, on the subject of going green, I also get asked about solar panels a lot. A lot of camping vloggers seem to bring them, and I'm sure they have their own reasons, but for me, unless I'm on a multi-week trip, I just can't justify a solar panel. A 20,000 milliamp hour power bank, or 2 or 3 if needed, is less bulk and weight, and more importantly, way less hassle. It's nice to think about getting green energy, but it could be a case of greenwashing because that panel might take more energy to make, package, and distribute than it'll ever give back for that user. And I still want at least one power bank, so for me the bulk and weight of the panel just doesn't make sense. Some power banks have a little panel on the back of them, which seems like a genius idea, but unfortunately the charge that they deliver is pretty trivial. We did bring a big panel and power bank for a 22-day trip around Lake Nipigon, but there were no portages on that trip, so I wouldn't lug it around on a typical trip. There's also so much going on with filming already that I don't want to add to it and make it burdensome, have to keep the panel out on the canoe all day and pack it up again at portages and unpack it at the other end of the portage. And if it's been raining for 3 days, now I'm starting to worry that I don't have enough power, so no, I'd rather have the power banks. But probably the biggest reason I avoid it is because a portable solar panel would get almost no juice in the dark winter months. And the power banks, if you charge them when they're freezing cold, it can damage them. So up here in Northern Ontario, that's almost half the year where they're not really a viable option. So if I need all those extra batteries and power banks for winter, then I might as well use them for summer as well. I already have them. I bring extra batteries for each camera and the power banks, which can charge the action cams, SATCOM, the main cameras, and my phone, which I use as a GPS using offline topo maps. If it's a longer trip in the range of 10 to 14 days, then I'll bring 2 or 3 20,000 milliamp hour power banks. Lastly, I'll touch on memory cards and data storage to wrap up on filming. My main camera has 2 SD card slots, and I have a huge 512GB master card in one which lasts the whole trip, and a smaller 64GB one in the other, which I swap out every 3 days. This way, if my camera ever went overboard or a card corrupted, I'd still have a backup card stowed away safely elsewhere, which I can probably salvage the video with. If I got some really special footage like a woodland caribou, then I might yank out the backup card right away and get it to a safe place, put in a new one. My footage isn't going to win any awards, but it would still be really painful to lose it because I love doing this, and it's also how I make a living, of course. And if I can, there's only time to do one big trip per month. If that gets ruined in some way, or if the card corrupts, and if I can't make a video, that's like losing a month of paychecks. Once I get home, I back up the footage on 2 separate external hard drives for as long as I'm working on the project, just in case one of those drives fails, and then I put them inside of a little fireproof safe. If the house was ever burning down, Erin would grab the cat, and I would grab the hard drives. Almost everything else can be replaced. A lot of footage from the trip doesn't make it to the final edit, and if I'm never going to use the file, I just delete it to cut back on data storage. And a 4TB hard drive will back up all my trips for the year, which is pretty good for the number of days that I'm filming. And speaking of number of days, we're now through 39 days of my year of camping, and I'm excited to move into the next trip because it was a big one, not just for my year, but for my life. The next destination had been on my bucket list for a while, the Slate Islands, 10 kilometers off the north shore of Lake Superior. It was one of 2 bigger trips with Erin in the summer. She was doing her master's in counseling psychology, and August was the only chance she'd have for trips while she was in between terms. She supported me 100% in taking a risk with the channel, and I wanted to give her something back. Of the 3 things I wanted to happen that year, I had already got my Northern Lights, and there was a good chance that the other 2 would both come on this trip. Alright, we just got dropped off by Evan's Fishing Edge on the Slate Islands, out on Lake Superior. Big island chain out here, back with Erin finally. And this really cool building, I guess the lighthouse keeper's house. We're starting our trip here, don't even know where to begin. We're paralyzed with decisions.
Here.
Yeah, let's start with that. Celebratory. Erin just finished, go ahead, a term at school, so she's off for a month. Well-deserved vacation for her.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I'm excited.
Yeah. We got a chance to see caribou out here. Woodland caribou. We've both never seen one, so that's really what would make the trip for us, but odds are not that great. There used to be an enormous herd of hundreds.
650.
Yeah, 650 it sounds like at the peak, and it was a guaranteed sighting. They would come up to your campsite. Now, not so many. Wolves came over on an ice bridge and decimated the population, so we'll see if that pans out. Imagine this life, eh?
Yeah.
So cool.
Look at that. Still turns.
Pretty nice. Looks like we had a little garden back there. Still some rhubarb growing. Big rhubarb.
I'm very busy. We're gonna take a quick wander up to the lighthouse and check it out. I think I heard it was built in 1903, so it'll be pretty cool to see. There it is.
Yeah, it's way up here. Nice.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a big lake.
Little hobbit door.
I guess we climb down this way. bag of beer.
A bag of beer! We've got caribou tracks. Coming up.
Got a caribou.
Take me for the tour, please.
Okay. We're going in.
So we got on shore. And there was a distinct track there. Here, these are Erin's tracks here. But yeah, some old caribou tracks. That's very exciting. Oh, just the thought of one wandering down. And apparently at some point this was a blacksmithing camp. So that's pretty interesting. We'll be looking around for some relics, such as this.
Warmer. Warmer.
Oh, nice.
Here you are.
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah. Great hammocking in here. Lovely.
Couple trees over the old bench.
It's really not used aside from
Nope.
these relics. It's not
Yeah.
even a fire pit.
I was just gonna say that I don't see a recent fire pit. Looks like this is where the fire pit would have been at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty grown in.
Rain just started. There might be thunder showers today. And we are both pooped from the last week at home. So we're gonna do one of our favorite things. Just have a nap in the hammock in the rain with a comfy sweater on. It's tough to beat, right?
It is tough to beat.
Couldn't be more comfortable.
Yeah.
Rain's picking up.
Oh, just in time. Perfect timing. This is great.
I guess I should have turned the canoe over.
Maybe. It'll be okay. I'm so happy right now. No worries in the world.
Go.
Hey, son.
Come.
It's pretty wet, so let's hope we can get this badger going.
We have so many luxuries on this trip due to complete lack of portages and a lack of bears on the islands. So the husk comes off so nicely when it's cooked.
Yeah.
What a sight! This is so exciting for us to see caribou tracks. They're different. They have... Oh man, it's just starting to rain.
Excuse us.
Trying to have a conversation. This is wicked. Oh, you see that? Yeah. Wait for it. Sheet like
It smells like a rose.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful.
So the Slate Islands contains quite a cluster of islands, but there are two primary ones. Patterson Island is the biggest on the bottom, and then Mortimer on top. We started out, we got dropped off on the south side of Patterson Island, and we're going to be exploring that south side while there's a north wind, which will keep us leeward, hopefully, throughout the day.
Ready?
Yep.
Going for a dive. There you are.
Good job.
A liquor. Paddling over these really cool pockets. There's like rock, and then it'll be a cliff with a pocket, and then inside is these gorgeous big round dinosaur eggs, which we see a lot on Superior, but I haven't seen out here. It's so rugged. It's really cool. There's several just pockets of dinosaur eggs.
Stopped on this beach here, more caribou tracks, and this is actually where we hoped to set up camp for our first 2 nights, but yesterday the swells were really up and we didn't want to start with stress, we just wanted to relax. So we're really happy with our site too, but this one's super cool.
It's pretty cool.
Incredible view out here of the open lake.
Ooh, nice. Well done.
There are infinite skipping rocks on the beaches here.
Found an eagle feather. That's pretty cool. I've never found one before.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Beautiful. I kind of want to get out and stand on it.
You're the king of the world!
Feels like it. These purple flowers are growing all over lots of these rocks, and it's just stunning because they look so delicate and they're so exposed.
Yeah, it's such a rugged spot.
They're beautiful.
So delicate.
Yeah. Stopped on the beach to make a little lunch. I'm boiling some coffee right now. There we go.
Well, it's starting to come down pretty good here. Wasn't really supposed to rain today, but that's how it goes.
There's an eagle up there. Oh, he's looking at us. That's awesome. buddy.
Sorry we touched your feathers.
It was beautiful though. Come on, who do we got? Yeah, let's get a look at you. Ooh,
Oh yeah,
nice long ones.
solid Laker.
But, ooh, what do you got? Oh, you're spitting your minnows. I'm sorry.
Nice.
All right, there it is.
Nice juicy one.
Thick one.
Pretty, like not huge, but just
No.
has pretty good gut on it.
Yeah. Down he goes. It's probably just after 3. We got back from our day paddle back to camp, and we're gonna have a little lie down. We put our dry clothes on after the rain, and just gonna relax, do some reading, have a little nap.
Oh, I forgot about that. I should have known. Good eats. And good drinks.
Good Sunday. It's Sunday. I'm drinking a drink called a Good Sunday, and we're camping in Sunday Harbor.
All unintentional. I just realized.
I didn't even realize it.
Okay, let's dive in.
Best burritos we've ever had out here. Easily.
So far.
A lot better than the ones we picked up off the ground in Credico.
Yeah, it's nice when the extras are intentional.
Yesterday was amazing. The ambiance was off the charts with the thunderstorm last night. And today, just rugged coastline, pretty chill day. Tomorrow, move down the coast.
Yeah, it's been stunning. It's been a breathtaking couple days, and just so amazing for me to be out here again, and it feels like a paradise vacation.
Yeah.
It's stunning.
So we brought the big boat on this trip, our Prospector 17. Gives us lots of cargo capacity, so we have 2 big 115 liter packs, food barrel, cooler, a bag of beers, and it's all fitting perfectly. Not a lot of extra room, but certainly enough. We're eating breakfast on the go this morning. Just some granola bars, trying to get ahead of any potential wave buildup. We are heading from Sunday Harbor around the coast up to hopefully this campsite here. And then after that we'll be in the interior islands where it's calmest and shouldn't have any issues with being windbound or wavebound for the day. So, and we're seeing some old debris here, which is really interesting. Almost looks like a truck or a car, but probably just boat remnants. Pretty big swells out here, but we're hoping to get around this exposed shoreline paddle here, and then we should be in the clear. Okay, I think we're around our last kind of nasty point. That one wasn't so bad, but nice and calm in here. Feels really good.
We're just coming into a gorgeous bay that's got these little islands, beautiful sand beaches. It's pretty hard not to want to stop and set up camp here, but I think we got a little bit more we want to travel today. Yeah. We're going to check them out at least. Might be a bit juvenile.
Yeah, looks like maybe some juvie feathers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
juvenile too.
He is zooming in this wind, eh?
Yeah.
Pulling into home for the night here. Terrific view from where we plan on camping here, but the actual camping opportunities are not good, especially for hammocks. It's just like very, very dense balsam fir. So we're gonna move on, but there's a little trail here. We're gonna see if it's in decent shape to just walk back to a lake in there, small lake. Not much water in this quote-unquote lake. Dam must have given out. It's called High Dam Lake. I think we're standing on the dam and it is washed out. Where are the caribou?
Right?
There's supposed to be one right here.
So we're just leaving behind the beach we had lunch on. We were planning on staying there, but we couldn't find anywhere really to hang the hammocks. So we're gonna move on around a couple more points and see if we can find somewhere nice to set up for the night. And there's just crazy dragonflies up here.
Wind has really picked up and the skies have hazed over, not with cloud but with forest fire smoke. We've got a nice spot here, both for our hammocks right by the water. Thank you. Feels nice and cool.
Amber lager coming up. Cheers.
Wow, that's good. Good living on this trip. It's looked pretty full from lunch, so we're just gonna have some popcorn. What we assume must be a caribou bone here. Pretty good size. We are just thrilled with our spot here by the water. So comfy. Beautiful morning here in the harbor. Got my trolling motor up front.
The haze from these forest fires cleared a bit overnight. It's still around and you can smell it, but it's not acrid or unpleasant. It kind of smells like someone smoking a cigar nearby. It smells kind of good. Very cool. This old barge burnt here decades ago. Sweet spot here. This beach and picnic table. Back to BLTs. So there's supposed to be an old mine shaft here, and we think we might have found it there behind that cedar. So I'm gonna check it out. Oh wow. Holy cow. That's way more substantial than I expected.
It's a real shaft. Wow. Oh my. Ooh, it's cool down here.
Oh, it's cold, yeah.
This is really cool. We're inside. I wonder how far back it goes. This is creepy.
Wow. Don't collapse, don't collapse.
How do we do this?
Don't know. And they call it a mine. A mine.
This is no mine. It's a tomb. I can't tell what's here. Oh, it goes down.
Oh my goodness. It goes down here. Is this just a pool?
It's like a pool.
Yeah, it's just a pool of water.
There's the tunnel. Not sure how well you can see, but it's pretty cool. What would you say the depth is, hun? 50 feet?
50 meters, probably.
50 meters, yeah. So it's about, yeah, 10 feet high. I just barely kind of touch, and then probably 50 meters back, and then there's that really cool pool. It's neat.
Never been in anything like this?
No, and then we turn around. That might be overexposed, but it's so cool. Say hi.
Hi.
Oh, it's nice and warm out here. Awesome. That was a cool experience.
Might even go back later.
We might. We can do whatever we want. We had an amazing day today again, and it's 4 o'clock and sun shining. It's still hot out. Got this beach, so I'm just gonna relax, have a drink, and lay back and enjoy the sunshine until dinner.
It's a red, hazy, forest fiery sunset tonight. we were gonna pack up and race over to a site that we like, but yeah, with the rain, we're just gonna cook coffee and oats under the tarp as well. Forgot the cinnamon, but we'll have to manage.
Roughing it.
Yeah. So our target site was taken, but that's alright. It was nice, but not perfect. Paddling on in the rain, which should end pretty soon. Looking for something else, and there's thunder booming in the distance on land. You can hear it out across the lake here, 10 kilometers out in the Slate Islands.
So there's supposed to be a second mine shaft, and we're just kind of scouring around. It's on this coast somewhere, so we're looking for another mine shaft to go explore.
Black hole.
Black hole
Tip
in
us
the
off.
rock.
Like the last one, it was pretty hard to see. So there are a couple of mine shafts where it looks like they poked in but didn't get nearly as far as the last one. Now it's just full of spider webs. Oh, actually, it goes back a little ways. I don't even know if I can see the end.
We're exploring this mine shaft here, and it's not as tall as the last one, but it goes back there a bit, so let's see what we find. It's pretty cool.
Oh, it's so musty back there.
It is musty.
It looks cloudy. Pretty good.
It's a lot creepier.
Yeah, it is. That low ceiling really amplifies the sense of claustrophobia.
You can see it goes. I don't think we can see the end,
Not quite.
but it gets.
I think we're close.
You can see John's just on his hands and knees.
It's humid in here.
It's humid and
Like-
creepy.
Yeah.
It's deep.
Hello?
It's tempting to see. It looks like it almost gets higher in like 10 feet, but I don't know if I want to crawl on my belly to see.
We need a little kid to send forward.
Yeah. Well, that was. Let's see. Let's do it this way. I'm coming out. Oh. Here. Ooh. Interesting. Gotta find my legs. Here we go. And it feels nice to be out in the open air.
So we figure a small caribou has recently walked down this beach, which is nice to see for reproducing. Got a sweet site here. Took a ton of touring around to find something that we thought was worthy of a 3-night stay, because we don't plan to move again for the rest of the trip. Figured out a nice spot in there. Just needed a little work. This would be perfect. Wide view. We can see out both sides of the channel through the middle of the slates. Perfect. And a nice beach too. Sand.
Cheers.
Oh my. Have them cooling in the lake again.
Cheers, son.
Cheers.
You can also go down this coast right now. Could do that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want to check this out?
Not a bad life here. Not bad at all. Erin's hooked up again.
Come here, you. There we are.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, low burp.
It's quite a small one for Superior.
Yeah.
Guzzle that. Stopped on shore here for lunch, and there were some fish remains. Someone had a shore lunch here, I guess. Oh no! Oh, dude! Oh! Oh, that can't feel good. Full belly feels good for me. Wild animal though. Oh, it's full of stones too. Oh man, your poop is gonna hurt. I haven't been able to use the drone on this trip because it's a provincial park, but we're 400 meters offshore here, outside the park boundary, so we can send it up and just fly it around the park boundary, basically. Won't be the ideal shots, but at least we can give a bit of a perspective. There's a huge school of what I'm assuming are Cisco here. Trying to film them on the underwater camera. Hope it's picking it up. Gotta be hundreds. Well, that's awesome.
Oh, good day.
Oh. You can drink your fancy ales,
You can drink them by the flagon,
but the only brew for the brave and true comes from the Green Dragon. Just realized this beer is pretty fitting. It's called Desert Island. This is certainly not a desert, but it says cast away the mainland. And we have. We're island people now. We're gonna stay here. We'll live off of fish. Just have to start catching some. Winding down day 6 here on the Slates. Supposed to be a decent storm tonight.
This rain's relentless. It's really nice to be dry in the hammock right now with this storm. It's our second last morning here, and I'm making up some bannock for us for breakfast. It was a rainy night and a foggy morning, but it looks like that's burning off and we're gonna get another beautiful day.
Yeah, these nice little bannock cakes are sometimes better than a big bannock that fills the whole pan. Easier to flip, easier to cook through. Oh, got a fish.
Nice.
should be addressed to.
Whomever
Dear-
finds this letter. Together.
Of the 3 things I really wanted this year, obviously nothing could top this one. When Erin came into my life, she redefined happiness. I thought things were good before, but she brought joy to everyday life. The morning after the engagement, we penned a message and set it adrift in a bottle, which was found just a few weeks later, 70 kilometers to the west, against the prevailing wind. It was discovered by the co-author of the guidebook I'd used for my North Shore trip 2 months earlier, Zach Cruisins. Already a pretty funny coincidence, but where he found it was what really blew my mind. He discovered it on a small beach I had had lunch on, and it was there that I found the only agate rock I've ever come across. Think about the odds of that coincidence on the biggest freshwater lake by surface area on Earth. How could it have ended up there? It traveled 70 kilometers against the prevailing wind to a special spot I'd just been to and was found by the co-author of the guidebook I was using. I still can't believe it, but it was so fitting. Erin is my rock. She's my rare agate on the shores of an inconceivably large lake, and I found her.
My precious.
The shuttle took us back to the mainland, and we shared our big news with friends and family. We had another 8-day trip planned together in 2 weeks, but with summer winding down already, I snuck in a short trip while we waited. Earlier in the season, I went to a stunning spot where the lake trout were biting, but I was really curious about some smaller lakes up in the surrounding hills that might have one of the most gorgeous fish on our planet.
I was here a couple of months ago, experienced some terrific lake trout fishing, easy lake trout fishing. Seems like nothing has changed. Just as I start trolling here, fish on, I can see it's a little lake trout there. And the last time I was here, I base camped on this lake, I actually just stayed on this lake and just enjoyed it. But I mentioned that there were some other brook trout lakes, potential brook trout lakes that I was curious about, and I'm back to explore those this time. Get my hands nice and wet. Barbless hook's already out. Oh, I got a squirmer. Come here. Okay. Just a little laker, thank you. Good start. Cliffs here are extremely impressive. What a lake. I can't troll anymore. The wind is just too strong. So I'm at the trailhead here, and the last time I tried to get in here, I bushwhacked through there, completely didn't see this trail, which is fairly overgrown. And then on my way back, I found it, intersected it, and took it back here. So I know this trail exists. It's gonna take a little work, so I'm just gonna hike it first with a light pack and my saw, clear it, and then double carry after that. It's a nice sight. Made it to the first pond with all the gear. It was about 3/4 of a kilometer, half a mile. Took 2.5 hours to scout, clear, and double carry. But making progress, and I'm hoping that there's another trail to the next lake, because that's where I want to set up a base camp for the next several nights. Throwing my line in here in this small pond, and I got hit. Intriguing. Getting some hits here, but they are tiny. Like, I'm talking 3 or 4 inch brook trout that just had one hit there. Doesn't even bend back the rod because it's so small. But that's, yeah, it's just cool that they're here. but it's 3 o'clock. I want to get to the next lake to set up camp and have a nice dinner. And I have no idea how much. Oh, there we go. Fish on. Oh, it's off. Just have a little Black Fury inline spinner on now. And they're even too small for that. Size 1. It's the smallest one I have, but that's fine. I'm not too interested in fish that small. Although, oh, it's on again, and it's quite beautiful. So I take that. Oh wow, this is the most beautiful 4-inch brookie I've ever seen. Oh man, my hat! Get my hands sopping wet for this beautiful little guy. It's okay. Oh my goodness. How could anything in nature be so beautiful? Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thanks for the bite, buddy. Just stunningly beautiful. Why? I always wonder in nature, why are things so beautiful? They could be ugly, they could be completely functional, but they're just incredibly beautiful. I think I might have picked up a trail. Nothing definitive yet, but that's got to be a blaze there. Trees can just have natural wounds too, but yeah, this looks good. Okay. Nice. Made it through, but lost the trail toward the end, so I have to find it or figure something out. Made it into the next unnamed lake, and it was totally worth it. It was another grind. It was only about a third of the distance of the last portage, but it took almost 2 hours still to scout and clear and double carry. I'm eager to set up camp and get dinner going. It's looking like it's gonna be tough to find a campsite though. The shoreline here is rugged and then thick like balsam fir forest behind that, so see what I can find. Took quite a while, but got a nice site here. Building a fire pit, got these nice flat rocks. And yeah, it was a challenge to find anything workable here, but what I've got is sweet. I'll show you in a sec, but I want to get dinner on. I'm ravenous. Gotta let the coals burn down. So here's a quick look. Canoe mooring there. Hammock in here is pretty tricky, but this works. And then a big cliff right behind me, which I'll see if I can hike up tomorrow and get a look. Very cool back here, some huge spruces. But the main reason I was pretty intent on camping here is for this view. Pretty fantastic. There is another viable spot to camp over there, but it wouldn't have this view, so yeah, I'm pretty happy. Pretty gnarly spider on my camera bag. Cliffs are nice and rosy, getting close to sunset. Should be good stars tonight. There's not a cloud, and there could even be some meteor shower action tonight, so I'm looking forward to getting in here, and I can't wait to fish tomorrow. Can't wait to fish this lake and hopefully have one for lunch. Gonna try to bushwhack up this little cliff this morning for a view. And right behind my camp there's this crazy rock. It's virtually a perfect cube. It seems alien. And then there's like this right angle
almost a perfect right angle cut into it. It's just weird. Another one of those things in nature. You wonder how could nature produce that? Yeah, fish on. Let's see if it'll stay on. Might be very lately hooked. Yep. Another tiny brookie. Beautiful. So small. Look at that. In the net. I'm gonna let him go. Thank you. I'm not looking for a big spawner, but something a little bigger than that ideally. Piece a few of those together, but I don't know. I'd rather get something slightly bigger. Fish on, trolling up the lake. A small crankbait. Yeah, it's definitely bigger. Yeah. Perfect keeper, yes. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. A real beauty. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Just putting a little salmon spice on here. Not too much because I really want to taste the brook trout. A little on the skin, but on the outside it mostly just burns. So. Quite a lot of nutrition in the eggs. They're hit and miss. Sometimes I find them quite good, other times a bit disgusting. So, but when I find them, I like to try to make use of them. Start out with a little caviar appetizer. Pretty good. Almost at the end. It's been exquisite. Pull all the meat right off and out of there. It's beautiful. I've got something on my mind, and I don't see how there's any way I can get through this trip without getting it off my chest. Oh, here we go again. Gonna ruin a perfectly good catch and cook with some environmental speech. Protect the environment. Save the whales, man. It actually has nothing to do with that, sir, but thank you. No, what I wanted to say is that about half a year ago, Erin and I watched Eurovision on Netflix. I watched it again a couple of months ago, and then just recently downloaded the soundtrack on my phone, and I am completely obsessed. Like, if I'm not playing the songs from, especially a couple, Double Trouble and Hometown, then they are constantly going through my head. It is borderline a sickness right now. But an amazing movie. I love Will Ferrell. I love Rachel McAdams. Canadian! And then the singer for Rachel McAdams in the movie, Molly Sandin, is like a Swedish Celine Dion. Canadian! Just had to get that off my chest. But since he brought it up, I think a limit of 5 brook trout per person per day is not sustainable. And if the province really wanted to maintain these fisheries, they would ban barbed hooks for catch and release anglers. Back to the lake. Just doing a little exploring around this lake. It's not a big lake, it's only 500 meters long by 100 wide. But if I can find another trail to any of the other ponds around here, then I could look into that for tomorrow. Today I'm just going to enjoy this lake, but yeah, there's 6 other ponds, mostly smaller than this one, within about a 1 kilometer radius, so I'm interested, but not willing to do a pure bushwhack. Gotta pick up some kind of a trail. Bit of a clearing here where I can start to bushwhack to one of these ponds, see if I pick up a trail. Finding the odd raspberry. Pretty nice. No way I'm getting through here with gear though. Sometimes I'm content just to see it. Doing a little more trail hunting today, far end of the lake. But I haven't seen any other cut logs or anything like that to indicate human use. Thought I'd go explore some other ponds, but based on yesterday's recon and some more looks with the drone, it just looks like it's more trouble than it's worth, considering I'm already on such a lake, you know, a small lake in the hills with brook trout. Got everything I asked for. I've got to lay eyes on this place. Got to catch and eat brook trout. I'm happy. Maybe the smallest one yet. Micro trout. But gorgeous. Thanks, little buddy. This lake worked out great. And it was actually such a sweet place to have the hammock. Just a fantastic view. An extremely comfortable sleep in the drommer. I cook up a big batch of chili and garlic bread. Fuel up for this portage back. The thing about trips like this, linear trips, however you came in, you come out the same way. But at least going down in elevation now, mostly. And I know where the trails are and they're cleared. Not so bad. Marvel. Thank you. Well, it's a tough place to get into and pretty tough getting back out too, but totally worth it. Got my brook trout reward. I've had lots of trips in this area, battling through this rugged terrain to find no fish, so I'm always happy when I get that reward. And on my way in, I found something that was really great, really kind of special, and I'll go out with that now. Here's some really good feel-good information. I camped there on that exposed rock
the last time. And if you watched that episode, you might remember me coming to this campsite. It would have looked a lot different though. There was a dilapidated shelter here, a tempo tent basically, with a tarp that was all ripped up and torn. There was a lot of garbage. Someone actually came in. I don't know if it was the person who created the mess or just someone who wanted to volunteer to clean it up. There was a big shelter here. I don't care which one of you it was. I appreciate it so much. I'm just thrilled to see this site restored. I don't know if they saw the video and felt compelled to take action or if it's just a coincidence, but whatever the case is, thank you.
With that bit of Wanderlust now off my mind, it was back to the home office to edit the footage and keep the content flowing on the channel. In the next intermission, I'll go over my editing process and show you how a total hack somehow makes a living doing this. This series was the biggest project I've ever worked on by far, quite daunting sometimes, and there are many thousands of clips, tens of thousands of edits and cuts across all 4 parts. What you're seeing here are the finishing touches to one of the winter trips later in the series. I've edited hundreds of single trip vlogs over the years, but trying to bring together all these trips into one was a different challenge. This is the master timeline for the first episode, including the trips which were totally redone, which was a huge project on its own. But these intermissions were significantly more time consuming. Trying to find relevant B-roll throughout the years, especially in the first episode, going back in time, and trying to make it all work together with music, transitions, voiceover. I try to use voiceover minimally normally, but my voiceover and editing notes and intermission notes, things I want to talk about, totaled over 30,000 words for the series. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into when I started this, but I was injured for 3 months, pretty much laid up, couldn't even go get groceries with my knee. So I had little else to do, and this gave me a sense of purpose. To be honest, I find recording voiceover to be a bit of a chore, and I don't have that radio voice for it either, I know that. But the main reason I avoid it is more about keeping the content authentic. It's sort of like acting. It's like voice acting when you're recording voiceover. And I don't know, it's just not me. It feels kind of icky. And that's nothing against actors, because they're doing their job. Like, everyone knows they're an actor. This is supposed to be something authentic, so that's why it feels weird. And voiceover can be very authentic too, but when you have all this time to think about it at home, you can create any story you want. You can only stretch that story so far, or otherwise it'll potentially seem cheesy and not believable. But you can certainly take extra liberties compared to what you record in the field. And that could actually work against me if I tried to stretch a story, because it might lose that authenticity. What's captured in the field is raw and real, so I just prefer to use that. Sometimes I'll do a little voiceover intro these days, because I can just set the scene and then let everything unfold from there. And when I'm actually starting my trip, I don't want to be trying to recite some sort of perfect intro speech. I just want to be in the moment, enjoying the excitement of the trip. And this isn't scripted, so whatever I say in an intro in the field, it just turns into this self-fulfilling prophecy where I'm more so concerned about trying to make it fit my intro in the trip, rather than just letting the mystery of the trip unfold. A series like this really needs voiceover to make it cohesive, and arguably I should have done a lot more within the trips to make it flow better. But as an editor and everything to do with post-production, I try not to intrude too much on the experience, because I want it to be real. So the editing software I've been showing is called DaVinci Resolve Studio. I like it a lot. It's very fully featured, arguably too complex, and I'm probably only scratching the surface of it. But for the first 3 years of the channel, I used Windows Movie Maker. It was pretty terrible, but it was easy to pick up, and it was just what was on my PC when I went to edit my first video in April 2017. These days, on average, it takes me 1 to 2 days per day of trip, so a 10-day trip could take 10 to 20 days to edit, and that's for a typical trip. I could spend way more time than that on the edits, but being in the bush offline for a third of the year and wanting to get at least one big post out per month, and ideally one smaller post as well per month, good enough has to do. What defines good enough is extremely subjective, and when I look back at older edits, there's so much I wish I could change. And that's another bonus about taking a second crack at all the videos in this series. I get to fix all the things I wish I had done differently 3 years ago when I was much newer to DaVinci Resolve, and trim a lot of the fat. Some people like the full fat versions that are 30-50% longer sometimes, and those are still there, but it's nice for me to get that second job. I'm just a hack and I know it, but thankfully being a YouTuber isn't about being a professional editor. And in fact, just the opposite. I think people are looking for an escape sometimes from that Hollywood style of edit, and the amateurism can be a breath of fresh air. A simple edit can make something feel real, and I sort of resent how some of the most popular YouTube content is becoming Hollywood-esque with like big production teams and studios. It's crazy the budgets that some of these YouTube channels have now. So I expect my editing to stay fairly simple into the future, and not just because I'm a hack, but by design. The beauty of the vlog format to me is that it's very human. On a similar note, the word storytelling is emphasized a lot, and what I don't like about it is that it feels like something's being fabricated. I prefer to think of a story as 3 pieces. 1, some kind of purpose, which could be as simple as completing a canoe route. It doesn't have to be some incredible fabricated purpose. 2, a logical flow through the clips, not just abruptly going from scene to scene. And 3, a video that connects with human emotions. Does it make people laugh or cry, make them curious with information, or anxious with suspense? Maybe it relaxes their tense emotions by creating a peaceful mood. That's my simple idea of storytelling, my style, I guess, but I'm just a hack, so don't take it from me. Let's take another look at a timeline and resolve. Some editors will have a massive timeline with a dozen video and audio tracks. I find this harder to work with as I move through the timeline, so I try to condense it into a few tracks, with the odd outlier needing a 4th or 5th or sometimes 6th track. A project as big as this one may have needed 7 or 8 tracks for some outliers. As for color grading, I'll flip between some before and afters here, so you can see the difference, but I only do the most basic work with this. Simple stuff like bringing color back to a washed out frame, bringing shadows up, highlights down, so you can actually see what's there. Sometimes it's too dark or too bright. Also trying to make color temperature reasonably consistent between scenes. For instance, GoPro footage can be very much on the warm side, so I need to try and even that out with the main cameras and the drone, potentially other cameras too. So it's actually not even color grading, this is color correction. Color grading is much more stylistic, and it's the sort of moody vibe you'll see in Hollywood productions. So it's simple stuff that I'm doing just to try and make it look like reality, because cameras don't always capture it properly. And then there are transitions, which are important in this genre because I'm not shooting in a studio, and the ambient audio and lighting can change drastically from scene to scene. I don't use visual transitions too much because I think they can take you out of the moment, especially if they're over the top, but I'll use a simple cross dissolve when needed. I try to use captions and text sparingly for the same reason. I don't want you to be reading text the whole time. I want you to try and stay in the moment and experience nature vicariously. My goal is to deliver the information that the video needs out in the field while I'm filming, not in post-production. Audio transitions, on the other hand, I put a lot of work into, trying to avoid any abrupt changes in the audio from scene to scene. I don't want you to be grabbing for the remote every 2 minutes to be turning the volume up and down, because that's another thing that could take you out of the moment. But there are hundreds and hundreds of keyframes in the audio tracks to try and level out the volume and highlight the important things I want you to hear, like the breeze or a bird call. Although I can't jack up the audio too much or it'll sound staticky and distorted, but there are also times when I want the volume to be loud, like thunder or waterfalls. If you have decent speakers, I want it to sort of rumble your bones a little bit, like it does in person. Some of you might be rolling your eyes saying, John, I always have to use the volume controls with your videos. And I would hate to hear that, but the thing is, your TV speakers could sound so different from my computer speakers or headphones, and I'm sure professionals have this down to a science, but as an amateur, you just do what you can. I do at least one pass of the edit with headphones so I can catch little things that I wouldn't hear with speakers, but when I'm leveling volume, I do it with the speakers, because that's just what I assume most people are going to listen with. For audio transitions, I love crossfades and J-cuts, where the audio for the next clip starts playing on the previous clip, and it just sort of ramps up and gets you ready for what's about to come, which is especially important in the genre again, where the audio can change so much. It can go from a trickling creek to a waterfall. And then there's the editing tool that is pervasive across YouTube. It almost defines YouTube. The jump cut. No transition, just cut, start again when the person starts talking. No boring parts, just get to the goods quick. I use jump cuts a bit to cut out the useless parts in footage, but these are another thing that can be jarring and may not feel smooth, so I just try to be careful with it. Jump cuts can be distracting, but using them to get around incessant sniffling in winter or heavy breathing going up a hill, that can be distracting, even more distracting, and obnoxious. And speaking of obnoxious, I've been blathering on long enough.
Come on, get back to the camping already! Get back to the camping! Come on! Get back to the camping!
There's lots more to say about this topic, including perhaps the most polarizing editing choice of all, but I'll finish this segment up in the next intermission. Next up is the second bigger canoe trip of the season with Erin, and that was our first trip since the engagement on the Slate Islands. Early in the life of this channel, I paddled a route out of a priceless guidebook called Ontario's Lost Canoe Routes by Mr. Kevin Callan. The trip took me to Bark Lake, where the historic Mississagi River runs through it. There are just those places that call to you, and getting a little look at it then, I knew I had to come back to paddle it someday. Really beautiful spot. That's the Mississagi River behind me. Just looking down that corridor there, I know I'm gonna come back here to do this. I'm gonna paddle the Mississagi someday. I already wanted to because I've driven past parts of it and it looks absolutely stunning. To connect that with Bark Lake, that would be a really sweet trip. Yeah, as long as I am breathing and physically able, I'm going back there someday. That's a promise to myself. Little did I know then, I'd be coming back 4 years later, recently engaged to the love of my life. A welcome eagle. Almost at camp for the night. For night number 1, the eagle just flies overhead right as we're coming into Bardney Lake here.
Beautiful.
Just starting out our trip here on the Mississagi River, and we're looking for a campsite for night number 1. This one has been burnt, and it's just not going to work for us, not just because of the debris, but just nowhere to hang hammocks. All the trees are down. So I'm going to carry on, but our map doesn't really have any campsites marked for a little bit, so hopefully we'll find one soon. That's an impressive specimen. Please. Stubby arms. Erratic behavior. So we found a place to set up camp here. We had a nice tailwind, but it got way too intense. Bardney Lake here is quite long. There's a lot of fetch. The wind picked up, the waves are building and almost going over the gunnels. So we've had to improvise a camp here, which is not ideal, but we'll make it work for the night. Yeah, we need to stop, cook up some dinner. We got a sunset view. We're out of the wind here, so it worked out pretty well actually.
I'm just gonna set up. I'm gonna do a little bit of clearing so we can get our hammocks up, and John's gonna start dinner. It's nice to be able to split up the chores, especially on a day like today where we're getting a pretty late setup. So yeah, I think we're gonna hang here somewhere.
Incredible sunset. Really glad we're able to see that from camp here. It's been a pretty long day for us. We woke up very early, had to shuttle Erin's truck to the other end of the route. So that was like 9 hours of driving, getting slightly lost and confused on the forestry roads. And yeah, this is a nice reward to the end of the day. Again?
I didn't even know it was still in these pants.
Oh.
I just found it. Same one. Same tooth.
It'd be nice to start the portage as well. It's nice and cool too.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be a good day to nail down a few.
Coffee and carbs. Breakfast of champions.
I just drooled.
Not good.
It's pretty good.
It is. Should keep us going for a while.
Quite a cool morning, but nice for travel.
getting close to the end of summer here. And we're hoping to put 5 portages behind us today, so the cool weather's nice. Perfect day for it. So we're on the first trail for today, 430 meter, over the height of land, so it's supposed to gain some elevation. We're leaving the Spanish River watershed, and we're about to cross over into the Mississagi River watershed. There's an old logbook station here, which has been replaced by, is this kitty litter? Yeah. It looks, so here's the start of 2021. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parties only through here that have actually signed this anyway. That's pretty shocking. I thought this was like a low traveled route. I would have expected a bit more than that. Erin and John. Nice campsite here on Sulphur Lake. Way too early for that though. Next portage is right over there. That's number 2 for the day.
Bye.
End of summer and there are tons of mushrooms out. These ones must be just spewing spores out, because around them it looks all dusty. Gray day, but a nice little lake, surprise lake.
We've got a 900 and something meter port, so we've decided to single carry it. I've got the pack and most of the extras, and then John's got the food barrel and the canoe. It'll feel real nice not to have to come back and grab another load.
Sweet. Just walking back to help Erin with the rest of the load. She threw the pack down there. That's weird. Maybe she dropped something. Erin!
Something terrible's happened. I'm about 200, probably within 200 meters of the end of that port that we just single carried. I realized I no longer have the net in my hands.
Erin! I think she said forgot the net.
That's what I like to see. So I got to go for a nice little hike. I think John's probably wondering where I am. I've already lost a net, so don't want to repeat that. John might take back the ring he gave me. Alrighty.
What happened?
I dropped it. And then I found it.
Oh.
So much for a single carry. Alrighty, finishing up the longest part of the trip. Feels good.
That's the longest one, eh?
I think so.
I think it was, yeah.
That's what you told me. Yeah,
we got 2 short ones now, 2 90s left.
Yeah, I can see the sign across yonder.
Yeah. Such a little pointless paddle.
It is.
It's alright.
Feels good though, even with having to double back.
Step out here, the ground's spongy. We're on like a floating bog mat. Cool.
I feel it. Don't go through. There's some really nice pitcher plants here. They're shaped so that they gather water, and then they've got little spines so bugs and stuff go inside to get the water, and then the spines are shaped so that the bugs can't get back up, and then they get to eat them for their nutrients. Here's a really pretty one. They're very cool. We're on this tiny little unnamed lake, just wandering over to our final portage of the day. It's beautiful. So I'm taking the canoe a little bit more on this trip just because I can. Our other tough stuff one is like 65 pounds, which I can port, but it's not as pleasant. This one I think is 40 some, maybe 45, and it's quite easy for me to throw on my shoulders, and yeah, I just quite like carrying it from time to time. So there's my John.
Work done.
Thank you.
Just stopped at this campsite to make some lunch. Could camp anywhere at this point, and the rain will probably start in a couple of hours, so probably should stop sooner than later, but yeah, we need some lunch.
It's a hot pepper that we got from Kessia's garden, my sister. Thanks, Kess.
Are you gonna eat a chunk of it?
Yes.
For sport? Okay.
Just for funsies.
Okay.
Some seeds in there. I'm gonna try it.
Oh no.
It's hot. For the ride.
How's that?
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Thank you.
All right. Roll
How
it
much?
up.
Are you gonna put some hot pepper in there?
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
There it goes. Perfect.
So on our trail into our site, something appears to have happened. Some feathers there, but then if you join me over here, there's a full massacre. I've never seen anything like it.
It's almost like someone cleaned the bird here, but why would you go in this bushy little spot to do that?
Yeah.
There are some old relics here. This log with some nails and an old canoe back here. Just left here to die. That's a nice spot.
Pitch it up a bit, yeah.
We've got our tarps up right away with the threat of rain looming. Should be a pretty good storm tonight and tomorrow night as well, we think. Maybe even the following. This should be set up before it is arrived, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's always a treat. Right? Alright.
Just half pitching the tarp for now so I can have a nice view until the rain comes. Give you a little look at the map. So we started near the Spanish Chutes access point. There's actually a little way that you can get down here by road with a short trail. Came down here, portaged into Bardney Lake yesterday, and ended up doing a bush camp around here. And then through here, these portages into Mississagi Lake on this point. In the upcoming days, we'll be heading down here through these lakes into the Mississagi River, through some more lakes, some rapids perhaps. I'm not sure if we'll be able to run any of them. Upper Bark Lake, and then into Middle Bark Lake, and then through the Mississagi River proper. There's more to this map on the other side, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Well, it rained steadily overnight, but nothing crazy. Just having some wraps with mustard and salami and cheese to get going quickly. It's a gray, dreary day. Feeling good, feeling well rested. Looking forward to getting back in the canoe. Easy. Ready to draw as we go through?
Yeah.
Okay, draw lightly.
Stunning.
Beautiful. We're into Upper Green Lake now, taking a little rest on this beach. And there's a lot of history that's going down here. Somewhere back in here, there used to be a ranger cabin leading up to a fire tower lookout. We were gonna hike up it, but it looks like it'd be a total bushwhack, and the bush is completely soaked from the rain. Not to mention that the top of the hill is fogged in, so I don't think we'd be able to see anything, but pretty cool to imagine that life. Tom Thompson, renowned painter, group of 7 member. He almost drowned here, according to our map. I think his canoe swamped and he almost drowned. And there's a fly-in lodge, which used to be a Northwest Company trading post, fur trade. So again, just something interesting to imagine. All in this lake, a lot
A lot of interesting activity. And gray owl, Archie Bellany, world famous character. He spent some time in this area. So yeah, very interesting spot. Another floating bog mat. One more portage, and then we'll be looking for a campsite on Shangwish Lake ahead. If we find Windward Lake, then we'll stop for the day. So Erin just went up to her waist in mud.
Something terrible's happened.
She permitted me to film it. She said, "You might as well film it now that this has happened."
I feel it. Don't go through.
So yeah, that was just mud. No floating bog mat here.
Yeah,
All right,
lost the mat.
Let's get you out of here.
Fun. It's a perfect lunch on a cloudy day. Got coffee and penne with sausage bits. Just what I needed after a swamp dunk.
Coming through Bywall Lakes now into Limit Lake, where we'll be content to set up camp for the day.
We've just set up camp here. We've got a lovely site on this awesome point. Here's his room. Don't mind the mess. And here's my room. Through this corridor, here's our kitchen and view. That's home for tonight.
Excellent site. Our favorite so far by far.
Yeah.
Of the 3 we've had, which isn't saying a lot.
No. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
My toe.
You okay?
Yes.
No birch bark here. These spruce needles will do the trick. Dead and dry. Things are still a little damp, but not bad, and the sun actually just broke through. And it's hot now. So, I think we're in for some warmth.
I fell.
Oh no! You okay?
I lost our log.
I think these knee vents will probably come into fashion soon.
Ooh, my thigh vents.
No. Oh. Ooh. Oh, what do we got? Walleye or pike, obviously. Oh, it's walleye. Hey, decent walleye actually. Decent. Oh, battery about to die. Let's see. Can you hang on for 1 sec here, buddy, while my battery hangs on? There you go. Not a bad walleye. Thank you. It would have been nice for eating, but it's dark.
Alrighty. That's for you.
Thank you. We're on the water, leaving Limit Lake, heading for the first portage. We just have 3 60-meter portages today, so that should be very easy. And then lots of paddling. We should be able to cover a fair amount of distance. And the weather, we might get some sun today between showers and potentially thunderstorms, so we're looking forward to today. There's a beautiful island campsite here on Kettle Lake, which is probably my favorite so far. Maybe it's the bias of finally having some blue sky. Got lots of big pine, really nice lake.
We've been pretty lucky and haven't got too much rain that was forecast, but there's definitely some thunderstorms forecast, and it's so humid I think that we're probably going to get them. And these clouds kind of look like it too, but as long as we're not on the water, I always like having a good thunderstorm, so looking forward to it.
speeds the port.
Yeah.
Got a number of rapids coming up and we're not sure if we'll be able to run most of them or any of them, so just committing to getting our boots wet so we can wade them.
Got a big portage here. You can see the start in front of me. And if you come with me this way, that's the ending. Nice and easy.
The wind is getting pretty crazy out there, so we were looking for a campsite and thankfully found one. I think tomorrow we'll have a tailwind, so there's no point in battling through this. Might as well hunker down, get ready for a potential thunderstorm, just watch the clouds go by.
We've got a really nice site here. Every night we've been getting a better and better campsite. I'm tucked in here, which has a nice blockade of trees against this wind. Canoe, Erin's tarp, beautiful red pine. How you doing?
Hi.
Just
getting set up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice little rest, kind of a half day, and fire pit over here. We're all set here, ready for whatever comes. Got this terrific book, really enjoying this.
Anticipating this storm, and we stopped early because this was on its way and we had a big headwind. We had some lunch and hunkered down, and I'm really happy we did because it's a big storm. It's awesome though. There's been some really good thunder. I would not have wanted to be out in this.
That was a good one. We could hear the thunder coming for probably half an hour. Got closer and closer, and then it really started, and that's when the rain came. And it got dark too. It was dark. Now it's brightening up.
I've got a bit of a sore throat, so I'm going to boil some cedar tea. It has a lot of vitamin C in it. It might not help me now that I'm already sick, but it's a good drink and it feels good. And with any luck, it might clear me up a little bit.
Just as we thought, we were in the clear. These huge dark clouds moved in. We were pretty sure we were going to get rain, but kept the fire going. We're under here now.
Gave us something to do.
So be it, yeah. Rain probably lasted half an hour. Seemed like it would pass. Threw some big flat stones on top of the grate to act as a little roof, and this fire is still really good. Best sunsets I've seen this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. That wind is just dying.
Nice.
Got a beauty day today. Should have lots of paddling with no portages, so should be quite a nice one for seeing things. We haven't actually traveled terribly far each day, so it'll be nice.
Yeah.
So last night we camped there, we've come down. Now we're at a juncture. We can either do some portaging down here through Presage Bay, which says it can be muddy and low water. That doesn't sound appealing. Or just take the river all the way around, the long way. We're going to take the scenic route. No portages. Nice paddling. Why not? This could be really nice camping here, eh? Got quite a nice spot for lunch here. And we're making curry and rice. And coffee, instant coffee. Got a piece of naan bread to go with it. Just using the burner to get it done quickly. And these are kind of our dehydrated staples. Pasta sauce, curry, veggie burrito mix, which is actually now just veggie chili. I found the chili works really well in burritos, and it's one less thing to make and dehydrate at home. Instant rice, pineapple, dehydrated pineapple we love. Spinach, tomato, mushroom, just a nice medley. You can add it to penne or various things and it really livens it up. And onion. And then here's the curry for today.
So we're mixing a little bit of hot chocolate with our coffee, just cause we can.
And because we didn't pack sugar.
Oh yeah, that too.
Mostly that. When I was here a few years ago, I paddled down this channel just a little ways, just out of curiosity, and then went back the way I came. And I said, someday I'm coming back here. That's a promise to myself. And now I'm back here, engaged the woman of my dreams, camping for a living. It's amazing how life works out sometimes. Trolled the whole channel. Finally got a bite at the end. Just a little pike. You know it's a tough fishing trip when you net a 20-inch pike. Just a little guy. There you go.
Getting a little bit of a shower here. Hoping it's gonna pass.
The shower passed pretty quickly right as we reached the angle where the river turns abruptly. And then we got 3 swifts and a rapid that should be runnable. Yep, cross draw, yep. Cross draw, cross draw!
So we've got an awesome campsite tonight. Here's our fire area, and then not too far, I've got this awesome spot here. Me and John drew pine cones to see who got the nice spot. And then through here is where John's hanging. He's a little bit more protected. And then I'll take you back and you can see our view out this way too. It's stunning.
Beautiful morning. Cool. It was 9 overnight, 9 degrees Celsius, and misty this morning. And tonight's supposed to be 6, and then the following night 4 degrees above freezing. So it's gonna be chilly, but it makes you appreciate a hot drink in the morning and the fire. So it's kind of nice after a hot summer. Big bucket of penne with some salami thrown in, veggies, Parmesan.
That's a tasty penne. That's restaurant quality. See the big spider? Cool.
So we camped there last night, and now we've gone up, and now we're going down, and there could be 10 portages around rapids through this section if we can't run any of them. We'll see what we can do with all these obstacles today.
We're just getting to the first portage. Sounds like some rapids, probably not runnable with the low water, so we'll pack up and port around. This is portage 1 of possibly 10 today. Yeah, it'd be a decent amount of trotting, but I think that should be mostly it for the trip, so.
This little rapid wasn't on our map, but it looks runnable. I think we can take the river left on the right side right now, right down, and basically stick to that river left. Yep. Down outside, quick, yeah. Good job. Perfect.
Port number 2 today. Portage number 3.
Okay, you see the 2 rocks where we're headed?
Yeah.
Okay, draw. Draw. Yep, cross, yep, good. Cross, yep. Good, now cross draw. Yep. No, sorry, stay on the cross draw. Yep. Hard. Good. Good job. That's so much more fun than portaging.
That is.
We're at Split Rock Rapids, which our map said should be runnable, and it's easy as pie. And really a beautiful spot. What a scene. What a beautiful carved out spot.
Oh, stunning.
We're hopeful about the fishing with the rapids coming today, but still nothing. In all these outlets, some nice pools, nothing. Pretty chill.
Yeah, if you can grab it, that'd be great.
Coming up to Hellgate Rapids, which is more of a waterfall. We know we can't run it.
So our longest portage of the day, it's 680, I think, meters. So we're singling it, which is always nice, but it is heavy.
Don't know if that's a young snake or just a mate, and males and females are a lot different in size.
I think it's a young one because there was a second with her as well.
Oh, maybe she has two
Maybe.
men courting her.
She's a big girl. Okay, sorry, we gotta get in your way.
Excuse us, please.
Are you creepily defensive? There you go. There you go.
We're on autopilot. Get ready to draw hard here to pull us around this rock. And
right of the rock?
yeah, right of the rock and then hard left. We were on autopilot, unpacked the gear at the portage, and then realized it was a pretty easy run. Draw hard, hard, hard. Just a hard left there, and then there's nothing to it. At the end of a long day, you make stupid non-decisions. You just stop thinking.
Yeah.
And there's our gear, ready for pickup. Good job.
You too. So this should be our last port of the day, which makes us pretty happy. We've had quite a few today. It's 4 something, so we're gonna do a single. But yeah, we're ready to be done ports for the day. It's been a lot of in and out of the canoe.
Amazing spot to camp tonight. Erin is starting up some scalloped potatoes, and then we're gonna have popcorn after that, because that's just what we feel like.
Oh, you got away. Minus 2 legs. Not great, is it?
A little burnt. We tried to do it in the stainless steel pot first, and burnt on the bottom. Let's try covering it with pepper. Try and cover up that ashtray flavor.
Oh.
Pepper helps a bit.
It does.
More. Now for the popcorn. Very quick snack out here. A little oil in the pot. Kernels, salt and vinegar powder. We just had a salt craving today. So this is all we need.
I'm looking forward to a good sleep tonight.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Our backs are feeling it, so yeah, I'm gonna help in the drummer.
Just got in the hammock. Feels really great. It was a relatively long day, lots of in and out of the canoe with all the portages, so feels good to have my feet up. And I'm gonna go without the tarp tonight because we have the Zoleo, which gives us the weather, and it says 0% chance of precipitation, so gonna trust it a little bit. I have the tarp underneath ready to set up in a hurry if needed, but sleeping out without the tarp can be really nice. You just get a lot more view, and we've got such a great view here, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm pooped, so I'm gonna do a little reading and get to bed early tonight.
Safe from the bugs in there.
Safe from the bugs, which is nice. We haven't had many this trip, but there's and even what's here is pretty minimal, but still it feels nice to get in and not have to worry about them. I'm probably gonna head to bed soon. Good night. We'll see you guys in the morning. John will probably see you later tonight. He's a night owl.
Chilly one this morning. Just stayed warm enough. Just talking to the camera. It's supposed to be 6. It was definitely no warmer than that. Fire feels good. Mug of tea will go down really nice right now. The loon calling up somewhere in the distance. Lots of little animals doing things this morning. And this foggy sunrise, slow, Ambiance off the charts. We're on our way. Kind of a late start, it's probably close to 10, but it was just such a nice morning, we had to enjoy it. And loved this campsite here on that sandy bank, and we're heading for the maze. It's a very rough looking Canada goose right there. Wasn't perturbed by us. Just looks sturdy and just a ratchet goose. Just a vagabond, doesn't care about us. Good for you, man. Probably the best paddle of the trip. Just a huge wetland. Really nice. Not windy today, just a little cool breeze, warm sun. It's really perfect. Yeah, a little bit of current to help us. We finally reached the maze, and immediately we come to a decision. We're not really sure what the main channel is, so we're just gonna stand up and try and see it. But I'm sure we'll hit some dead ends. We're well through the maze now. It was not difficult because there was always a riffle on the surface of the water indicating the main channel, so it was easy to get through. And now we're at the Abinet River. We'll probably poke our way up the Abinet River a little bit. And that's actually outside the park, so I could fly the drone again. And I would love to get an aerial perspective of the maze and this whole area. So.
Stopped on this little beach for some lunch. I think we're just gonna make some craft dinner on the burner. There's some moose tracks here. They don't look too fresh, but they're still distinct. No fish.
Nice and slow. Hug this rock. Draw, yeah. Fishing's starting to pick up now that the water has some depth. Hanging on by a thread. There we go. Thanks, buddy.
3, 2, 1. Woo! It's actually quite nice.
It's like a treadmill in the current.
It is. I want my PDF. That was me. That was me.
I know.
It wasn't
There's
on
a good
purpose.
step here, huh?
Okay.
Another beautiful camp tonight. Just ahead, the river splits and we'll decide which way we go tomorrow. Nice stone staircase, bit of an elevated view. Got stuff sprawled out, kind of drying out. And it's not supposed to rain tonight or tomorrow night, but it gets really dewy and we won't have morning sun tomorrow to dry out. So we got tarps up. Erin's doing what she does best over here. And she's in this cozy little spot. Really nice spot here. My second favorite campsite of the trip. Last night being the favorite, I think. I don't know. There have been some good ones.
Yeah.
Started out not great with campsites, but then there have been a lot of good ones.
I think our first one was good, and then after that, I think we were pretty happy.
Yeah, and the first one still worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it worked out fine.
Yeah. This one's quite nice. It feels very remote, and
Yeah.
you know, the campsites haven't been marked at all since the lake section ended on the river. It's all been unmarked, so it was interesting. Things were well marked in the lakes, but it's a bit more remote on the river section, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice one. Had a lot of nice ones. It's hard to pick a favorite.
So got one left.
Where will it be?
Nice to wake up to a fire this morning. Erin got it going. And it was the coldest night since last spring, for sure. It was supposed to be 4 or 5 overnight. It must have been close to freezing. On our way, now we're at this fork, and we either come down here where there's supposed to be a lift over, which we might be able to run like we did yesterday, or we go this way through Bulger's Folly, which sounds like a Tolkien name. Are we going to check out the lift over here? Yeah. And then, okay.
There's a huge hornet's nest hanging right there. That's one of the biggest ones I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Boulder right in the tongue there, and then rocky at the end. So
Yeah, can't run it.
have to lift over or take Bulger's Folly.
Okay. What do you want to
Back
do?
up everything. I'm thinking Bulger's.
Okay,
Maybe get a moose in the marsh.
sure. Let's do it then.
Pretty much down the middle. This is just standing wave. Right down the middle. Real fun.
Fish on here. Oh, it's cold.
We're making bannock here. I pre-mix the flour, lard, baking powder, and a little bit of salt, which is in that bag, and then you just add in water and mix to an earlobe texture. It's a little wet right now, so I'm gonna have John pour in some extra.
On the plate?
Yeah, please.
All of it?
Yeah, we'll use it up.
A nice pot of chili. We've been looking forward to the bannock. Greatly. Just gonna have a nibble.
Yeah. Quality control. Gotta make sure it's...
Man. Fresh biscuits, just so good.
Oh, it's good.
So simple.
Using some
So
lard
good.
in there really makes them nice and flaky. Some people use butter. Some people use lard. I'm a lard gal. Say it.
Little chili sliders.
Oh, I'll give you guys a quick tour of camp. We've got this lovely island site, or it's not an island. It is, but it's a point is what I meant to say. John and I get to hang real close together in here, which is awesome. And then if we go this way, you get to see the view. So out here we've got this awesome elevated view of the lake. So here's camp for our final night. Got lucky with another good one.
End of the trip. It's a really nice one. Probably our best trip together in terms of pace. Just keeping it a nice reasonable pace without having back-to-back grueling days. And I'd say we worked really well together, like at camp. I think we're getting a system together down better than ever. Like you can have one so well established as a soloist, but then with another person, similar to whitewater paddling, like it's so much different doing it alone versus with someone. So yeah. Incredible.
All right, so it's our final morning, and we're up and packed up early because it's my birthday, and my family's in Pukaskwa, and so we've got a long drive home, and I want to try and meet them. We've got a beautiful sunrise, and we have some Nature Valley for breakfast.
Birthday breakfast!
breakfast!
It's Erin's birthday.
Cashew for you.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
We're gonna get some snacks on the way home.
Yeah, we are.
Celebrate properly.
You betcha.
Better ration these.
We do. It's been a good one.
Yeah. When I first stared down the Mississagi 4 years earlier, I pictured coming back for another solo trip. I was used to solitude, and even embraced it. I didn't think I'd have a tripping partner to bring along, and only in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I'd find a woman who was excited as I was for a trip like this. Through rain or shine, stinking hot or freezing cold, be it fresh panic or granola bar breakfast, bog mats or bedrock, through thick and thin, I found a partner in every sense of the word. Whether we lay our heads down at night in our hammocks or our bed, I know I've got a true partner to take on whatever waits around the next curve in the river. While tripping with Erin is a dream come true, I still love solo trips, and it's nice to have a mix of both. Between Erin's full-time job and the next term of her master's starting up again, she wouldn't be getting out for a while, so it was back to solo tripping as summer wound down. But first, one more break to wrap up on filming and editing. And I mentioned in the last segment that this could be the most polarizing editing choice of all, and that thing is music. Some people absolutely hate music in these videos, and they will not hold back on lambasting the creator in the comments. But on the other hand, scoring a video can massively increase its potential to connect to human emotion. If I do it poorly, I could pull you out of the moment, and even insult your intelligence if it's bad enough. For instance, if I add some really overhanded dramatic sound effects and music to a scene where it doesn't belong. That could be done for comic effect, but if it's meant seriously, then it could feel pretty cheesy. For the first 5+ years of the channel, I used YouTube's free audio library for content creators. There are countless tracks and sound effects in there, but it takes a lot of scraping to pick out the good ones, or at least the ones that are relevant for my videos. But toward the end of 2022, I bought a license to a paid music library which tends to be higher quality and has a lot more filter options to help me find the right tracks. Even if 1 out of 3 people hated music in camping videos, I love doing it. It might be my favorite part of the whole edit when it goes smoothly. It can also be a massive pain when there's a lifeless section of the video or something that just doesn't feel cohesive and I know it needs a piece of music. It could take half a day. I can easily blow half a day trying to find something and come up empty-handed and have to come back to it another day because I just can't find it. but it can significantly slow down the workflow when you're trying to do everything yourself and you're trying to do 1 to 2 trips and 1 to 2 videos per month. I could hire an editor, and I might talk about that more in the next episode, but then suddenly I'm a manager, and I don't want to do that. Not to mention I'd be handing off the editing part that I love, and their style could completely change the content. Generally, I try to stick to instrumental tracks because vocals are more polarizing, and obviously if I pick something like death metal or techno or elevator music, then a lot of people are going to hate it. Another pivotal question in the edit is how much to cut, and at what point do I cut so much that the video starts to lose feeling? Pacing is so important, especially with attention spans these days, and I spent hours and multiple passes through the edit shaving off milliseconds here and there. But shorter and faster doesn't mean better, especially if I'm trying to create a peaceful nature vibe. So sometimes as I'm doing another pass through the edit, I might add another second or two if I felt like the scene needed to breathe. And a second or two might seem like nothing, but as far as pacing goes, that's a huge decision. If every clip on a video is 2 seconds longer, it would completely change the video and the pacing. I heard Les Stroud, aka Survivor Man, say something really interesting recently, which was that the TV standard, I think, is 35 to 40 hours of raw footage to get 1 hour of TV. I doubt there are many YouTubers who are using a metric like that, but it's also a pretty loose metric because I've tripped with people who will just leave their camera running for 10 minutes while they're cooking their meal and starting the fire, whereas I try to just get my 10-second shot very deliberately stopped so that one scene doesn't take a gigabyte. I typically record close to an hour of footage per day of the trip, and that usually equates to about 10 minutes of footage, pretty consistently actually, 10 minutes per day. And when I started out on YouTube, every hour of footage I got, I probably used 30 minutes of it. I read once that your video is only as good as the worst shot in it, so I try to cut out stuff that has no value, but that's always going to be subjective. Early on, when I was starting out with vlogging, it felt like every shot was interesting. I could have been like, oh wow, look at me talking about whether or not it might rain for 30 seconds. It didn't even rain whatsoever, but I'm still going to put it in the final edit. The reality is that most shots just aren't that interesting, or they're only interesting for a few seconds. If it needs to be a longer scene, like I'm trying to explain some information, then I'll at least try and lay some B-roll over top of it, so that you have some visual stimulation. Sometimes a heartfelt moment might warrant a longer scene, but most of the time, it's just blah 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 blah. And on YouTube, that is a recipe for people leaving the video. So before I blah 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 any further, let's get back to Trippin and the final trip of the summer. The next route would bring me to another spot I gazed at longingly years ago, much like the Mississagi. I was heading back to Pukaskwa National Park, where I'd explored the northern interior at the start of the season. But this time I'd be on the west edge of the park, along the rugged Superior Coast. Right at the end of summer here in northern Ontario, I'm in Pukaskwa National Park. Just left the shelter and comfort of Hattie Cove behind, approaching the open lake, but it's a nice calm day, which is why I've taken this opportunity to get out on Superior and do this trip. I'm just hoping for some good fishing. I'm heading for the mouth of the White River, which is a significant tributary of Lake Superior. If you've never been to Pukaskwa or never even heard of it, it's one of the most beautiful parks in Ontario. And there's a lookout trail right behind me there. You might even be able to see the lookout platform. And I hiked up it for the first time. I think the first time I came here was 2015 or 14. And I looked down on the Lake Superior. It is so inspiring. Crystal clear water, all these islands and points and bays that you can see. And I hope to paddle it someday. And that day has finally come. So I'm very excited. There's a variety of fish to be had here, namely trout. Lake trout, the most common. Brook trout and rainbow trout are also entirely possible. Pike and walleye, but what I'm really going for here is salmon. I'm hoping that the salmon will be around the mouth of the White. But I'm always hesitant to say that now because fish on. Right on cue. Feels pretty small. Oh, yeah, still on. Salmon is probably my worst species to fish out of all the. Oh, I just lost it. Just popped off. Every time I try and go do a salmon video, I fail. I'm hesitant to even mention it, but maybe this is my day. I'm into a protected little cove called Picture Rock Harbor, I believe, and there's a campsite here, which is great because it'll be the first place I can safely get the canoe on shore and get out to pee. Rounding the final corner into my campsite. Nice site here, complete with a pet squirrel. Little red squirrel. Almost boiled. Got a really interesting comment recently where someone told me that using this is more environmentally friendly, in their opinion. The whole reason I don't use these much, sparingly, is the whole process of extracting, shipping, packaging, and maybe recycling. I recycle religiously. Like Erin and I, we try really hard with recycling, wash out all our containers and all that. I'm not trying to preach here, I'm just saying. A lot of recycling, unfortunately, does not get used how we hope that it does. By comparison, wood fuel, while it might emit more CO2, is still an absolutely trivial amount with the global issues that we're talking about. Me or all campers worldwide having a small fire is not the problem. Oh yeah, the stove is rocking. I don't know if you can see it. Flames are bursting out of this side. Yeah, so it's really the packaging and the transportation that makes the difference for me. My fuel here, it grows all around. It grows back. If I could pluck some isobutane off of the trees here, I would gladly do this. This is very convenient. I could do it under a tarp very easily. Well, that's another thing I like about the stick stove. I can use it under the tarp. I'm back on the water and I'll give you a look at the map. This is Pukaskwa here. This coastline is the longest undeveloped coastline left on the Great Lakes. Very special. Incredible wilderness park. I'm just in this top portion here, the top end of the park, which is highlighted here on the other side. I started here in Hattie Cove and now came down the coast, dipped into Plater Harbor a bit. There's Picture Rock. Came around, tried to access from this side, this campsite, but had to go around and access from here. Now, I'm going up the White River, up to a waterfall here, and there's a suspension bridge I'm hoping to hike up. No bites here. Hard to believe at the bottom of a falls like this. Can't see the falls yet, just it ends in a rapid here, and I'm hoping to get a better look on that suspension bridge. But there's a really cool campsite here on this polished rock. There's also a coastal hiking trail that goes along the coast of Pukaskwa, in addition to the water trail. In going over to this bridge, I just ran into a guy from Quebec and then a pair from Toronto area, Kawartha Lakes actually. And I just found a logbook. These are always funny to go through. Nicole and Carson, still kicking and still like each other. As long as you don't suffer from vertigo, this is a really cool spot. That was great. And I would love to see it at high water in the spring and also in the winter. It'd be quite a lookout.
Got something on. Feels quite small. About 200 meters downstream of the rapids / falls. Probably a little pike. Oh, a little walleye. Oh, just got off, but I got eyes on him. That's the main thing. It's almost a great feeling losing a fish at the boat just as you get a look at it, because it's infinitely better than losing it without getting that little look. Back to camp, gonna finish setting up and have a quick dinner before I head out again onto the water. And it looks like it could be a pretty good sunset. I'm gonna set up a time lapse here. Coming back to the stove discussion, here's where I love a gas burner. I just need to reheat something. I made buttered chicken yesterday. I just took a cup full, a couple pieces of naan bread. I just need to warm them up. I don't need to start a whole fire. I want it to be quick so I can get back to fishing. This, I think, is where it comes in handy. I love garlic naan so much. I've got a beer. Oh, it smelled good. Tastes good. Tastes like a beer you get at a hockey game. These overnight trips are nice. I don't do enough overnight trips. A lot of long trips, but these short ones, they're so carefree. You go home the next day, you shower, enjoy the comforts of home. Something pretty sweet about it. The squirrel acts like he owns the place. I guess he does. Or she. Seen 3 hares today, saw a moose on the drive in. Not a bad day. Beautiful evening. I was gonna fish right here at the mouth, even a little on the coast side of it, but it is quite choppy there. So I'm just gonna come into the mouth, upstream a little bit. I'm sure the fish will come there too if they're gonna come right here. So. Sean, I think it's another walleye. Let's see if I can manage to land it this time. Just gonna horse him in. Yeah! I got one. Just a little walleye. Walleye gold. Thanks, buddy. I gave up the last 15 or 20 minutes of fishing for this sunset. I had to come back to camp for this view. I knew it would be a perfect view. Clouds look like they'd be set up for dramatic sunsets. Totally worth it. This is a first for me. Never had a bear locker before to use, but they supply it here at Pukaskwa at a lot of the sites, even a lot of the backcountry hiking and canoeing sites. And it just locks up here in the front. And unfortunately, there are a lot of black bears in the area. That's not unfortunate, that's great.
But in the town where I live in, very close to here, we have black bears in town all the time. They run on the streets, they eat the garbage, they're like our raccoons, and they're considered a nuisance by most, but it's not their fault. Humans have to do a good job of keeping away food sources. Think about bears like a lab. If a lab can smell food, it is going to vacuum it up. And a bear, which has to survive a long winter, is all the more hungry. So it's great that they have these, and it's nice that they're taking every precaution to avoid that scenario here in Pukaskwa. So this morning I'm going to cook on an open fire. I had the gas stove, the stick stove. This is the perfect use case for an open fire. I want to cook a pot of tea, I want to cook with the frying pan, cook up some eggs, and I want the warmth. It's a chilly morning, so this is the time that I would like to use an open fire. Much to my chagrin, no action here at the mouth this morning. And there's a south wind picking up. That means adverse conditions along the coast. So I'm going to start making my way back. I'll be trolling. Hopefully I'll luck into something to salvage this little fishing trip. But yeah, I know better. I know this lake well enough to know when my welcome is run out.
Another one.
Fish on. Feels small. What do we got? Interesting. Oh, it's going like crazy. Could be a small brookie. No, laker, I think. Whoa! Oh my goodness. That was a little sloppy. Where are you? Oh! It's a salmon! It's a salmon! It's a little pink salmon! Oh my goodness! Yeah! I got a salmon! Oh man, this is sweet! What did I say? I never get salmon. I never get salmon. Trying so I'm not backlit here. Get my hands good and wet. Look at that. Just a little salmon. Oh man, that is so beautiful. Oh, and now the decision to keep it or not. I'm just gonna leave it there in the net, in the water, while I think about it. It's just there's nowhere to get on land here for a shore lunch. I'll pan around in a sec, you'll see what I mean. I could take it home, but Erin and I are having nachos tonight, and I'm really intent on that. So, anyway, I gotta think here. So I'm gonna keep it. Thank you. I'm gonna dispatch it now. Just a beautiful little pink salmon. I'm so grateful. It's gonna be delicious. Fresh salmon. Finally found a nice little spot to cook this up. Gonna clean it now. One last look before it becomes food. So grateful to this guy. 2 fillets. Got some belly meat over there as well. Oh, it's gonna be good. Doing it skin on. It's nice with salmon. And just a little salmon spice. Got some in my kit. Never had a better opportunity to use it. Oh, it smells absolutely exquisite already. As soon as it hits the pan. It's time. My first bite of fresh, just out of the lake salmon. First time in my life.
Wow. That is better than steak. Oh, that is exquisite. Oh man, it tastes as good as it smelled. Oh. Thank you. Oh man. Here's another great use case for the burner. It's illegal to have fires outside of designated fire pits in Pukaskwa National Park. So I couldn't have a fire. And just filming, cleaning the fish, getting everything out of the barrel. Like, it's just one thing less I do to get this going and get this in me. Just look at that. It's absolutely exquisite. I'm just in my glory here. Got everything I wanted and more. Perfect little overnight. Coastal scenery, that suspension bridge, sunset, stargazing, and sunrise were all amazing. And my little salmon finale. So happy. Pukaskwa, what a special place. Out of a fairy tale. Back to Hattie Cove. Just say it again, that was an incredible little overnight trip. Now I go home, I see Erin, we make nachos, and we watch some smutty TV.
I enjoyed the comforts of home once again, but with some sadness that summer was already over. In just another month, freezing temperatures would start to creep back into the forecast. In the next episode, I dive into fall and try to pack in the canoe trips before those wintry conditions take hold. And we'll get into the behind the scenes of the YouTube and finances side of doing this full time. Through 2 seasons, my count had reached 62 days, but there was still so much left to come, including some big trips and an introduction to a new friend.